The Helios Empire was enveloped in a mist from which merciless undead emerged, laying waste to everything in their path. People had no idea where to hide from the hordes of corpses. They crept into every nook and cranny and found them. And against the Empire's mighty warriors stood the Demon Kings and the Death Knight, who were every bit as formidable. Our hero, the Death Knight, confronted the most powerful swordsman in the Empire, Eos. They fought as equals, but Eos could feel his legs barely supporting him. Even so, he managed to reach the Death Knight's head and split his helmet open. After that, our hero clutched his head, and the world around him began to spin and sway. All this time, he had been under the constant control of the Archlich, but now his mind is clear, along with his fury towards the one who, with his own hands, took away everything that mattered most to him. Of course, it's not the city they're destroying right now, but something far more precious. When our hero raised his head, he saw flames everywhere. The Archlich subdued this cursed empire by his own power. There's an old saying, the longer the wait, the sweeter the revenge. In the end, the Archlich achieved what he had set out to do 1,000 years ago. The ruler of the empire, Howard Ador Light, called him a vile monster, but for a hellish creature, that's actually a compliment. He wiped out the entire population of the Helios Empire, and you can imagine how delighted he must have felt at that moment after all that time. The Archlich decided it was time to end the conversation and begin the coronation. Calling himself emperor is no exaggeration. The Demon Kings and the Death Knight did a splendid job. All that remained for them was to bring the imperial crown to their patron. This honor was bestowed upon the Death Knight, who had made the greatest contribution to bringing the Archlich to this point. He won't receive anything in return because he's a slave, and so serving his master is the greatest reward possible. Our hero didn't bring the crown, but instead tossed it into the air, which distracted those around him. After that, he struck, attacking his master at the same time. The Archlich only just managed to defend himself, but the Death Knight succeeded in wounding him. The Demon Kings immediately responded to the treacherous attack. The Archlich doesn't understand what his slave is doing, as he didn't give the order. Besides, our hero is his strongest warrior, able to wound the master even though he's protected. But the Death Knight no longer needs orders. He acts according to his own will, and right now he wants to kill his enslaver. The Archlich was certain he had completely erased our hero's consciousness, but in reality it never vanished. All that time he was watching, trapped inside his own body. Our hero is his greatest creation. Because of his achievements, he'll allow him to vent his rage this time until he finds a way to regain control. However, this prospect doesn't appeal to the Death Knight. He took out the Demon Kings with a single swing of his sword. In this case, the Archlich intends to fight back. He summoned from the other world a mountain of sinners' corpses that crawl towards our hero like zombies. However, they're far too weak despite their numbers. The Death Knight destroyed them all at once with his power. The Archlich saw the monster he had created, godlike in power. What's more, this monster is furious, and it seems there's no way to negotiate with him. But even if his body is destroyed, it will simply send his soul to another world and then take control of the Death Knight again. But our hero, locked away for all those years, couldn't think of anything except killing him. And to kill the Archlich, he created a sword technique capable of cutting even the soul itself. He, of course, thought that such a technique couldn't possibly exist. However, he didn't want to take any chances, so he tried to dodge it. But our hero is rather skilled, so he managed to hit the target. The Archlich screamed in agony. The death of his soul was quite spectacular, and when his body fell, his skull rolled across the floor. So the Death Knight sent him back to Hell. Howard Adele Light watched the whole scene from the sidelines, not understanding what was going on. After the victory, our hero fell to his knees, feeling both joy and bitterness. It was all over. There was only one thing left to do: apologize to his loved ones, even if he could only see them again after death. As a Death Knight, he had massacred his entire family, so he certainly had to ask for their forgiveness. Our hero took his own life, hoping to be reunited with his family in the afterlife. The moment life left his body, he heard the voice of his sister, Louise. He thought he had a chance to see her before going to hell. His sister reminded him that our hero, Damien Haxon, would receive something from their father, but that she would support him. However, everything happening around him turned out to be quite real. Also, Louise looks young and clearly remembers how she destroyed the mansion in front of her with her own hands. Maybe Damien isn't dead and this is just a dream, although it's definitely not a dream. There's no way the years I spent as a Death Knight were just a dream. Without a doubt, he lives in the real world. And to find out if the Death Knight really existed, our hero decided to test his strength. Damien felt in his body the energy he had learnt to control under the Archlich's guidance. And armed with just his simple stick, he was able to use that energy to destroy the stone. Everything turned out much better than our hero had initially expected. This is not a dream. He went back to the past and was given the chance to correct his mistakes and protect his family. Living through this time for the first time, Damien had a particular knack for bringing shame upon his family's honor. His father was always shouting at him. There was always some reason, like a fight in a pub that got our hero thrown out, or because he hit the son of the Marquis of Lionblum, which is why Lewis ended up marrying off his own unruly son. This is the second talent, the talent for ruining the future of your own family members. His mother wept because Damien had borrowed money using the family land as collateral. This is the third talent, the talent for getting rid of your own property. As a result, because of these talents, his father couldn't take it any longer and threw him out of the house. He had to do it, even though he really loves his son. The whole family loves him, but our hero has brought them a great deal of trouble and suffering. Lewis wanted Damien to be happy. He was always kind, and even when Damien left, he gave him money. This made our hero feel ashamed because he had ruined his life. So he couldn't say a single word, not even to thank the good man. He just grabbed the money and ran out. And the day he ran away from his family, he understood for the first time what guilt and shame were. But there was nothing he could do to put things right. However, somehow Damien managed to go back to the past. No doubt he wanted to apologize to his family, but he never expected to be able to turn back time. Perhaps it's some sort of divine miracle. His body is weak, so he won't be able to use techniques as powerful as those he could employ in the body of a Death Knight. That technique with the stick, that move multiplies the force of the blow many times over. He learnt it after killing a knight nicknamed the Castle Wall Destroyer. His thoughts were interrupted by a servant who came to call him into the house. It's been a long time. Damien no longer remembers the names of many people. He guessed that his name was Victor, and he was right. Victor came to find out why Damien was still there because Lewis had told him to come back. His father's furious, but our hero doesn't even remember what he did, which surprised Victor. But there's no other choice. I'll have to figure it out myself. As soon as Damien crossed the threshold, his father attacked him with a sword. Our hero caused a commotion at the pub and got thrown out. An act like that tarnishes the family's reputation. It was at that moment that Damien returned. His father was so furious, he nearly crippled the scoundrel, but his mother and sister stopped him. Despite all that, our hero is happy to see his family again. He missed them so much that he even broke down in tears. However, his father was genuinely surprised to hear that his son wasn't going to make any excuses. That's very unusual for him. Normally, Damien always tries to play the sympathy card with his excuses, and his father knows it. But hearing it straight from his dad is painful for him. Our hero's mistakes have tarnished the honor of Viscount Haxon. They happened solely because of him. There's no room for excuses. But despite these serious words, his father isn't going to let this go unpunished. Damien sincerely apologized and promised to make up for his mistake. He will put right the mistakes he made, and when he returns, he will accept the punishment he deserves. His whole family was surprised, but his father didn't know what to say. He even wondered if he might have hit him too hard on the head. Our hero went to the commercial city of Landwork. Victor took him to the bar where he got into an altercation not long before. The servant is worried because there are rumors that the union itself supports them. But our hero went anyway, and if Victor is scared, he can just go back to the mansion. Damien told him not to worry because he wasn't going to do anything, just sincerely apologize. And in fact, everything will be fine as long as things go smoothly. Our hero doesn't know how he went back to the past, but it seems as though God has given him a second chance, and he can't bear to hurt his family again. Our hero intends to put right the mistakes of the past, one by one. However, the doormen aren't too pleased to see him, as they'd asked him not to show his face again. Damien doesn't remember them well, as it's been many years, but they do seem oddly familiar to him. He said he wanted to offer a heartfelt apology to the owner of the establishment. The doorman laughed. They hadn't expected such dignified behavior from an aristocrat all of a sudden. Everyone knows our hero is the eldest son of a fallen family, but it turns out he's better than they thought. Suddenly, they began talking about his sister, who is an exceptional beauty. And then they started behaving disgustingly, mocking him for suddenly wanting to accept their apologies. And in return, they asked me to introduce them to my sister, but our hero couldn't take it any longer, and with great skill drew a knife. His plan had simply been to apologize and go home, but it seems he overestimated himself, and for such rudeness and insult towards Lewis, the punishment ended up costing the bandits far more dearly. On top of that, our hero became even angrier because of the insult to his sister. If that's what they want, Damien will show them what the oldest son of Viscount Haxon's truly like. Victor was panicking. He thought his master would sort everything out and not make things 100 times worse. The fight also attracted a lot of curious onlookers who wanted to see what would happen. The second bandit began trying to intimidate our hero with his status. No one has ever got away unscathed after a run-in with the Black Serpent gang. Our hero finally remembered. The Black Serpent was an organization that was expanding its influence in the landwork area around that time. This bar was one of the places they had their eye on. When Damien complained that the food was too expensive, he was beaten and mocked in front of the crowd. Remembering this, he realized that they owed him an apology. The bandit won't go easy on Damien just because he's a noble. However, he seriously underestimated his enemy. Our hero thinks that killing him here and now wouldn't be enough, but he's still willing to hold back for the sake of his family. Still, he left a serious wound as a reminder of the second time. Reinforcements arrived in the courtyard, while the rest of the gang members headed to the bar. At first, they assumed our hero was a member of another organization, but he denied it, saying he had come to apologize, but then realized they were the ones who owed him an apology. The bandits took this as an insult and promised to shake him until his soul left his body. The leader ordered them to take our hero away. Everyone rushed at him at once, but our Damien handled it with ease. This body's weak. Shortness of breath has already set in. Their leader tried to settle everything with words and apologized, but it's already too late to back out. Our hero grabbed him easily. Right now, there are a lot of people relaxing in the establishment. Damien distracted the drunks with a spectacular entrance. He walked into the lobby with a hostage holding a knife to their throat. You should have listened when he asked you nicely. People were so frightened they fled in a panic, and our hero, as if nothing had happened, strolled in. The owner of the bar, Anderson Holm, came out to meet him, not understanding where all the security staff had disappeared to. With a calm expression, Damien told him that he'd already dealt with them. Anderson was surprised that someone had dealt with the members of the Black Serpent, but still decided to find out who was causing the disturbance. Our hero demanded an apology for the previous incident when he was beaten up for making a comment about the inflated prices. Because of this, everyone around him thinks Damien is an alcoholic and a troublemaker. On top of that, those rumors affect his whole family, who've already lost too much. However, Anderson pointed out that Viscount Haxon no longer had any honor left to lose. He has no intention of apologizing after this speech, and instead asks our hero to pay for having disturbed the order in his bar. If he had just apologized, Damien would have forgiven him. Well, if he wants to play it another way, so be it. He'll pay for what he said as well. It turned out Anderson had another bodyguard. He's rather strong and was able to block our hero's punch. Damien sensed the special energy. Anderson thanks Sir Ted for arriving just in time. Our hero doubts that someone like him ought to be working in a place like this. All right, the Black Serpent gang, fair enough, but a knight certainly shouldn't be here. Knights follow the path of martial arts throughout their entire lives and are assigned a rank based on their skill level. Official knights are individuals with exceptional talent who can freely wield aura. They can split mountains with a single blow and slice through fortress walls as if they were made of paper. That's why Anderson feels safe. After all, he's protected by Ted, the knight apprentice who's very close to the leader of the Black Serpent. He believes our hero ought to consider himself dead already. This explains the faint aura Damien sensed earlier, although Ted himself is surprised because he hadn't even materialized it. Now Damien understands why someone like that works in a place like this. He was probably expelled because he didn't have enough talent to be promoted to the rank of official knight. Ted was so furious that even the discussion about the price of his assassination was postponed until later. First and foremost, he wants to tear that loudmouth apart. He thought he could win with the first blow, but as our hero's reaction seemed slow. However, at the last moment, he dodged it with great skill. For a knight apprentice, Ted was rather skilled. His movements were broad and his strikes extremely precise. Damien's almost at his limit. With a body like this, he can't give it his all. During training, he ought to focus on building up his endurance. Enraged, Ted decides to deliver his best blow. Sensing the power of the aura, our hero realized that the strike would be truly impressive. It's a bit of a secret technique. You have to respond with the right technique. As a Death Knight, Damien encountered the legendary assassin, the master of the Death Sword, the Phantom Killer. He was a maniac and took pleasure in killing people. Or rather, he will be in the near future. Our hero met him and fought him in a one-on-one duel. Although the Phantom Killer didn't want to kill all worthy opponents at once, he wanted to prolong the fun. He can see that most of the human body is made up of water. Once he reaches that level, this master can cut through a human body even with a wooden sword. The Phantom Killer thinks he has won and that Damien should have left when he let him go. The Death Knight's body is able to regenerate even when it's cut in half. After all, this isn't a human body, but that of an undead. What's more, the Death Knight possesses the power of greed, which allows him to absorb other people's techniques. And straight away, he immediately put the knowledge he had gained into practice. The Phantom Killer was pleasantly surprised to face a stronger opponent, but he immediately bid farewell to his life. Damien used the same technique on Ted. It was always like this. Our hero's enemies could never believe what had killed him. After becoming a Death Knight, Damien gained a unique ability, but Anderson is terrified because there's no one left to protect him. He decided to beg and apologize, agreeing to any terms just to survive. In the end, our hero got the apologies he was looking for from everyone, including the gang members who had been beaten up, and even received financial compensation as indemnity for the insult and the trouble. Since his family was constantly losing money because of his older brother, it would be brilliant to be able to bring that money home. Our hero called Victor in to come and collect everything. He is horrified, surprised, and delighted all at once. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I never would have believed what happened. Also, Victor can't understand how Damien managed to learn those sword techniques. The servant had never seen so much money in his life. But Anderson intends to get back everything our hero took from him later, after he speaks to the head of the Black Serpent. However, Damien decided to keep something as a keepsake because, thanks to the money, he almost forgot about the punishment. Our hero asked Anderson to deliver a message to the Black Serpent. If they so much as laid a finger on his family, he would never forgive them. Even though Anderson was frightened, he still went to his boss, hoping to rely on his influence. After all, a thug like that can't be invincible. He's certain that the head of the Black Serpent will find a way to put Damien in his place. Our hero is fully aware that this won't erase his past sins, but in his new life, he'll try not to let his family down again. That same night, at the Lionbloom Marquis's residence, Urban Lionbloom paces in front of the mirror and tells his brother that pain always follows love. But he doesn't understand what he's on about. He makes remarks as if he's about to head into battle. But that's not the case. Erwin's determined to find love. The next morning, in Viz County, Haxon, Victor, and Damien returned home from the city with a massive haul of loot. Our hero hadn't slept that well in ages. But Victor envies him because he was so worried he couldn't get a wink of sleep. No doubt Damien wandered a bit off the original plan, but they ended up with a fantastic reward. And most importantly, soon rumors will start circulating about how a daredevil tangled with Haxon's eldest son and was defeated, and then no one will take their family lightly again, and their bad reputation might even improve a bit. All of this is good, of course, but Victor is worried about the Black Serpent. And on top of that, Damien even struck a knight apprentice. No matter how bold the bandits were, they wouldn't dare attack a noble family. And even if they did, our hero would put a stop to them. Even from the viewpoint of an ordinary servant, our hero's swordsmanship appears anything but ordinary. Damien turned down the offer and said he only trained from time to time. And so the father discovered that his son had returned and hurried to him as quickly as he could, steeling himself for the worst. So already, if Damien is out all day, it means we'll soon be hearing some rather unflattering rumors. He seized him by the shoulders and pleaded with him not to say he'd landed himself in trouble again. However, I was pleasantly surprised to find that our hero had sorted everything out. And on top of that, he brought a great deal of money home. Among the coins, there was also a deed to a plot of land, and now his parents will be able to pay off their wage debts. Damien said he went back to the pub where he'd been thrown out and cleared up the misunderstanding. And as an apology, he received a reward from the pub landlord, although his father still doesn't quite believe it. Our hero asked Victor to tell his father that everything he had said was true. And basically, without going into details, that's how it was. But no one heard Victor's hesitant denial. His young master is clearly a compulsive liar. After Damien tested his body in a real fight, he decided to start training. The most important thing is that he goes jogging to build up his stamina. His body's far too slow and weak. He's got a lot to do, but in this state, it's impossible. But even so, he was fortunate enough to get hold of something that would help him develop more quickly. This is the tonic created by the Alchemy Academy to boost stamina and energy. Damien had already heard about a group of alchemists who specialize in making tonics. These tonics are sold for the same price as precious gems. After drinking from the bottle, our hero felt just how powerful that stuff was. He needs to get back to the same level he had in his previous life. In just a few years, the undead created by the Arch-Lich will arrive in this world, the very same bastard our hero despises with all his soul. During this time, Damien wants to grow stronger and kill him before anything dreadful happens. Only then will he be able to protect his family's happiness, and this time he'll definitely finish off Dorgo. At night in Lamwork, under the cover of the Black Serpent, they dragged the defeated knight apprentice to the boss, who was now of no use to them. It's a shame, as he's the best they've ever hired. But despite this, the boss of the Black Serpent, Cedric Walker, didn't send him for treatment, but simply ordered that he be thrown out. He believes there's no point in treating the wounded. After all, they can buy anyone if they pay enough. The knight struggled to his feet when he heard how things had turned out. Cedric was surprised he could even stand, even offered treatment and the possibility of continuing their partnership. But Ted doesn't need that sort of partner, because if he gets hurt again, he knows for certain he'll be abandoned. So, with the last bit of strength he had left, he decided to try to hurt the bastard by sending him to hell. However, he didn't succeed. His legs were bound by magic, and then she completely wrapped him up. A powerful mage appeared before them and offered to make Ted the first target of the newly signed contract. Cedric Walker decided this was a good opportunity to assess the new warrior's abilities. The mage began to recite the spells. After that, the magic surrounding Ted began to take shape. It turned into worms with huge mouths and teeth, which began to completely destroy their victim, even down to the bones. In the end, a leg dropped to the ground. This scene was revolting to everyone present, and the boss told him to try to be more careful next time. However, he hired this mage because of Damien, who had tarnished the reputation of his gang. And since he is a noble birth, it's not easy to deal with him directly. So the boss ordered them to make sure our hero suffered. And the worse things get for him, the higher the payment will be. But for now, this is just an advance payment. The mage accepted the money and asked to be able to trust him. The next day, our hero decided to train his strength. He put together a barbell with whatever he could find. The supplement I took earlier is really effective. My stamina has increased dramatically over the past few days. Although it's odd that nothing has happened these past few days, Damien expected to see the Black Serpent right after the incident at the bar. As soon as he thought of that, he heard someone watching him from the bushes. Immediately, he launched an attack. However, it turned out to be just his younger brother, Abel. Abel noticed that his older brother had become much stronger since the last time they saw each other. It's true that our hero's last encounter with him was a bit different. He apologized for hurting him and offered his hand to help him up. However, Abel hadn't come looking for an apology. His father had told him that Damien had been apologized to at the pub, but he'd also heard there was a fight where many people got hurt. His older brother couldn't possibly have come out on top in that, which means he's lying to the whole family. Damien corrected him, as it was true that he had come out victorious. Abel doesn't believe him because he doesn't even know how to fight. He probably hired someone. But in any case, he told Damien not to do anything that could damage the family's reputation. After all, they worked hard to make up for their mistakes. Abel was always diligent and only wanted the best for his family. But now he doesn't have to worry, because nothing bad will happen again. This moment was interrupted by Victor, who was visibly panicked and brought bad news. The brothers immediately ran to their father's office and saw the anxious and frightened faces of their parents. Erwin Lionbloom approached them, sat down, and told them what had happened at the banquet. He apologized for coming so suddenly, but in reality, there was nothing he could do once his father found out about everything. Our hero doesn't really remember the order of events, but it seems he has already done something wrong with Erwin. At the banquet, Erwin insulted him, and Damien, being somewhat drunk, reacted harshly to this. What's more, he didn't just insult him, he also humiliated his sister and denied him in front of everyone. Then, Erwin provoked Damien even further by whispering unpleasant things in his ear so that those around them couldn't hear. At that moment, our hero shouldn't have given in to his provocations, but it already happened. He punched him hard in the face, and Erwin was pleased because that was exactly what he was trying to achieve. It seems strange that a man about to become a knight would let himself be defeated. He had always admired Louis, and everything that happened was part of his plan. Erwin went to his house to ask Paul Osborne Haxon for his daughter's hand in marriage. History repeats itself. In his past life, he took advantage of the fact that his family wasn't wealthy. If Paul agrees to give up his daughter, the problem that has arisen will remain a family matter. But after being refused, Erwin became angry, because how is the Haxon family supposed to face the wrath of his own family? He gives him a choice, either face the consequences for his insult or accept him as Louis' fiancé. Lionbloom, one of the most powerful noble families in the kingdom. But Paul can't allow that bastard to take his daughter away. However, Louis entered the room and gave her consent. She was willing to marry a man she didn't love for the sake of the family. She was always too kind and selfless. Her parents tried to dissuade her and hoped to wait until they found another way out. They asked her not to sacrifice herself to fix Damien's mistakes, but our hero is pained to see her ruin her life because of him once again. A sly smile had already appeared on Erwin's face. He decided he had achieved his goal. He called her a wise girl and warned her that he would soon send an official proposal. Our hero, overcome with immense anger, stepped between Irvin and Louis. After all, that bastard had ruined his sister's life and was planning to do it again. The first thing Damien said, very few people could understand. So Erwin asked him to repeat it so he could hear it. But all he got was an uppercut. Our hero shouldn't have risen to the bait for the sake of his sister and his family, but he can't just stand there in silence. In his previous life, when the maid announced that Lady Louise and Sir Erwin's carriage had arrived, Damien would run towards it with joy. It was their first visit in a long time, and he had missed her terribly. However, when he tried to enter the room, he witnessed a dreadful scene. Erwin struck Louise because she complained about the house, and when they arrived, she told them about her plans for the future. In this scoundrel's opinion, she has no right to say she's leaving after having betrayed her family. And yet, he still dared to call her his love. Erwin intended to educate her properly so that she would never dare say such a thing again. And our hero watched all of this in horror, standing behind the door. However, back then, he was weak and also blamed himself for his absence. This hatred has persisted for years, but now he has the chance to fight back. In this life, he will not allow that dreadful story to repeat itself. The knights guarding Erwin immediately came running when they heard the noise. They were left bewildered upon seeing the second young man lying on the floor. Now their swords are pointed at our hero. But Erwin stood up, angry that Damien had dared to hit him in the face, and not just once, but twice. The parents no longer know what to give him, and Erwin suggested that our hero must really have a death wish. The security staff asked him to calm down, as they were people watching, and they themselves would deal with the matter. It's their job to deal with those rude idiots. But since they interfered, Erwin sent the most talkative one flying. After all, it was his order for them to step aside. He asked Damien again how he intended to resolve the situation. Louise decided that Erwin wouldn't leave her brother alone, so she tried to stop him, but our hero asked her to stay where she was and stop sacrificing herself. Our hero offered to sell it with a Jew. If Erwin wins, he will fulfill everything he promises. But if Damien wins, his opponent will have to forget everything that happened. However, Erwin decided that those conditions didn't suit him, as Louise had already agreed to marry him. And our hero challenged him, joking that he was afraid of losing. Erwin's confident in his abilities and decides that this is an excellent opportunity to leave Damien crippled and take his sister away. Everyone went out into the courtyard to duel. His parents hope that their son is so confident because he has something planned, and it would be better if that were the case. But Abel doesn't believe in Damien because Erwin is supposed to already hold the rank of official knight. Our hero infuriated his opponent even more by saying that a fork would be enough to defeat him. At first, he didn't understand what sort of strange joke that was. The Haxon family has already lost everything mentally. Once the confusion had passed, Erwin burst out laughing. Realizing that Damien had gone mad with fear, he lunged at him and said, "I'm not gonna be lenient." However, our hero easily dodged his powerful blow. In this case, Erwin intends to use a technique that covers a wider radius. And the name of this technique is the Sword of a Roaring Fierce Lion. Our hero easily dodged the multiple attacks that came at him like a whirlwind. This skill put Erwin in a difficult situation. Damien was astonished by his opponent thanks to the training he had done over the past few days. And in a perfect analysis of the art of the ball in the Lion Bloom family, before the regression, he managed to fight with his brother Michael. And Erwin is much weaker than his elder brother. Yermi's furious. He is convinced that Damien was simply lucky to dodge him, but the next attack will be even stronger. Our hero was able to assess the situation by sensing Erwin's aura and chose the most suitable technique for this situation, the Sacred Sword technique. It's true that he used this technique with only a fork, which made Erwin look like an idiot in front of everyone. And after Damien threw his sword aside, he went on the attack. He stabbed a fork into his neck, but not too deeply, so as not to kill him, only to confirm his victory. Abel and Louise did not expect this from their older brother, and their parents were also left shocked. And Erwin's self-confidence is shattered. Our hero, of course, would want to kill him, But even killing him dozens of times for what he did would not be enough. Besides, it's better to stop this time for the sake of the family. The winner's already been decided. Now, as promised, Erwin must leave his territory. The next morning, the whole family had breakfast at the large dining table. Our hero was the first to leave, hurrying off to his morning training. After he left, the awkward silence was broken by his mother, who asked if his father was going to speak to him. Abel still can't believe that his older brother, who used to be as weak as he was, has suddenly gained so much strength. But Pablo asked everyone to keep quiet and not to press Damien with questions. He would tell him himself when the time was right. In fact, he himself is very interested, but something tells him it's better not to overwhelm his son with questions. Before training, our hero put on 10-kilogram weights. And just as he was about to leave, Louise approached him to talk about what had happened the previous day. She hadn't yet had time to say anything, but he immediately apologized for having acted recklessly and for putting her in a difficult situation. He should have apologized beforehand and will do everything possible to ensure that something like this doesn't happen again. But that's not the reason she came. Louise is very grateful to him for having stopped her from accepting the offer. In fact, she was very frightened, even though she had said she would go with Erwin, but her heart was telling her otherwise. Damien defended her. She felt sorry, but at the same time she was very angry. That's why she wanted to thank him. Our hero believes that it's not she who should be thanking him, but the other way round. And the father also asked for the sword to be given to him, his only true favourite possession. The head of the family isn't very good at expressing his feelings, but he loves his eldest son dearly. He also asked Louise to tell Damien that he was the son of the Viscount and that therefore he should never again use a fork instead of a sword. That night, when everyone had already gone to bed, black magic drew near their house. It crept up stealthily, unseen, and cornered the guards, after which it left them unconscious. Then the wizard himself appeared, having easily entered the family's estate. He entered the part of the house where the bedrooms were, and his attention was drawn to the beautiful Louise. The wizard had come at the request of the Black Serpent, but luck unexpectedly smiled upon him. However, our hero had been waiting a long time for someone from that gang to show up, so he did not miss their appearance, not even at night. Sensing a strange energy coming from the room, he got up at once to see what sort of stranger had dared to enter the house. The wizard's magic was supposed to send everyone to sleep, so he's surprised that it did not work on Damien. Moreover, he did not even notice our hero's presence until he was very close. Confused and frightened, the wizard tried to attack Damien, but he dodged easily and demanded that the stranger tell him who he was and what he had done to his sister. The servants heard a noise coming from young Lady Louise's room. Realizing that the servants had woken up, the wizard decided it would be detrimental for him if a crowd were to gather. That is why he fled quickly, and our hero did not have time to do anything. However, this poses no problem for him. He sensed that energy, a trace left by black magic. In the morning, the stable lads found a dead horse, which was a valuable possession. They were frightened, because how were they going to tell the master that a horse which had previously been perfectly healthy had died? Our hero startled them by appearing from behind, and it was not for nothing that he had a bad feeling. He asked them not to be alarmed, that Damien had only come to check something, and that he was not going to blame anyone. In the stable, next to the dead horse, a trace of the energy lost last night was found. And there is no doubt that this sinister energy is, without question, dark matter. He did not tell his family what had happened so as not to worry them, but he himself intends to track down the Dark Wizard, the trail leading to a cave hidden deep within the forest. Inside is the lair of a dark wizard who believes that the head of the Black Serpent is far too stupid to seriously grant him everything he asks for. The wizard told him that a list of specific ingredients was needed for the curse, but it was a lie. Now he'll be able to carry out his experiments at any time. However, he is annoyed at having to take on lowly jobs just to earn a bit of money, but there was no other option considering that the church was already hot on his heels. So he would have to stay hidden for a while. But then he noticed a strange smell. That's why elderly people can't live shut away on their own. The Dark Wizard saw before him the eldest son of Viscount Haxon, whom he had already met the previous night. He heard Damien recklessly stand up to the Black Serpent and thinks he's nothing more than a foolish boy. The wizard let slip that he had been hired by the Black Serpent. They wanted him to cause as much harm as possible to the entire Haxon family. Damien pitied him, took on this sort of job, and now he will die. But the wizard is confident that if he captures our hero and tortures him, he'll make an excellent plaything. This will not happen. And Damien also promised himself that in this life he would not kill anyone unless it was absolutely necessary. However, there is one exception, and that's filthy dark wizards, like the man standing before me. If our hero knows so much, then he's definitely not your average bloke. But the wizard trusts in his spells, which have helped him defeat powerful opponents on numerous occasions. Our hero said nothing more. He simply lunged forward, dodging every attack. The dark wizard was completely unable to keep up with his swift movements. Damien managed to slice him in two, but his body is being reconstructed. This is the same ability our hero saw at the mansion. He's rather strong for someone who takes on such a rubbish job. The wizard himself laughs, as blows like that aren't capable of hurting him. But in that case, Damien intends to keep cutting him until there's nothing left of him. Our hero began relentlessly stabbing him with his sword, as if dispersing smoke. The wizard valued his abilities, and it was no coincidence that rumours about him had spread in recent days. But in his opinion, the moment our hero entered that cave, he signed his own death warrant. He enchanted every corner of this place to avoid being hunted by the church. Damien realises that things have become very dangerous. The enemy said that our hero would regret having crossed the path of the Yulin officer and that his whole body would rot away until he was left on the ground. Our hero was wrapped in magic as if in a cocoon. A wizard already felt victorious, convinced that the arrogant lad had shortened his own life. Most likely, this fate fits the requirements of the Black Serpent's boss, and now that Damien will not interfere, he will meet up with Lewis. However, he rejoiced far too soon. Our hero emerged unscathed. This can only mean that he knows a great deal about black magic. Damien doesn't show it, but he is just as astonished as his opponent. The power, also known as the authority of God, remained within him. He received it when he was still a Death Knight. The Archlich granted him the strongest body and filled him with the most powerful magic. But he was not completely satisfied, as he wanted his knight to be the most powerful and wicked sword in his possession. Therefore, he considered it his duty to bestow that power upon him as well. To turn him into an absolute weapon, he placed a fragment of his soul within our hero, and they merged. However, the result greatly surprised him. After all, at the same time, it also revealed the Death Knight's potential, who displayed incredible power. This is precisely the power the Archlich wished to master. At last, he had been waiting for this day. With this power of God, he'll be able to conquer the entire continent. Our hero believed that during the regression, he had lost this power. But it's her, there's no doubt about it. The Dark Mage has no idea how the enemy managed to survive his spell. However, Damien has no intention of revealing his hand. And by the way, the Dark Mage called himself an officer of Yulin. Our hero had somehow heard of him. It's an organization specializing in assassinations using black magic. Therefore, it's no surprise that the enemy is so capable. The Dark Mage realizes that the longer this situation drags on, the worse it will be for him. He had an ace up his sleeve in case of an encounter with the church, but it seems now he can't do without it. A powerful aura enveloped the Annie. He became much stronger and received a considerable amount of dark mana. No doubt there must be an artifact storing hidden mana in his bracelet. According to the mage, it no longer matters how Damien managed to withstand his spell. Of course, he won't be able to endure it and will burn in hell. Our hero was touched by the fire of hell, which burns forever, even after death. However, the Dark Mage gravely misunderstood something. Damien's power of greed does not nullify the magic. It completely absorbs all the dark mana. The enemy is astonished. He cannot understand how someone like our hero can wield such a terrifying power. He'll never know the answer to his questions. But what truly infuriates our hero is having to use the power granted to him by the person he hates the most. However, in order to kill the one now standing before him, he has no choice but to use the Death Knight's technique. The Dark Mage saw the aura surrounding Damien's sword, a sword technique that can only be used by those who have reached the level of master. At that moment, the enemy tried to stop our hero and negotiate, but it was already too late. Not even the skill he had previously used against physical attacks would save him from this blow. After all, the aura that envelops the sword is capable of piercing the soul. The technique is called rending fash. Before the Dark Mage died, our hero managed to find out the approximate location of the Black Serpent's hideout. Upon arriving in Landwork, Damien sent Victor on an important mission while he went to see the head of the Black Serpent, Cedric. He had complete confidence in his own strength, but when he returned after having dinner with the governor of Landwork, he saw his people lying on the ground. He realized that things would not go as smoothly as he had thought. Damien had done it all by himself. His subordinates said that it was undoubtedly the eldest son of the Haxon family, or at least that was the name he mentioned. Cedric had heard rumors that he was a useless son of a viscount, but he never thought he would be so capable. Then he realized that it was most likely the Dark Mage had already been killed. He can't manage on his own. He definitely needs help, and quickly ran off to find it. Some bandits specializing in magical items decided to stop him using their own methods. Let's see if he can block their attack. The orb at the end of the staff contains a reserve of fire mana that can be released by whoever wields it. At first, the enemy laughed, thinking Damien was trying to put out their flames with his sword. But this is a secret move, the unveiling of an endless thunder shadow, which creates a vortex and changes the direction of attacks like this. In this way, that powerful flame turned back towards the bandits. They won't be able to get involved in this mess any longer. Now it's time to find out who this so-called leader of the Black Serpent is. But as soon as our hero defeated all the bandits, another enemy appeared. For some reason, a knight attacked him, and quite a strong one at that. His aura's so dense it gives you goosebumps. He wondered who the wretch was that had caused all the commotion and went to investigate, but it turned out to be a very self-assured young man. If his energy level's like this, then most likely he's an official knight. People are starting to get worried about this situation right in the middle of a city. Knights, and even soldiers, responsible for maintaining public order, gathered around our hero. Then, without a doubt, the governor of the city, Sebastian Baker, came out in defense of the criminal. In the end, Damien was declared guilty, and the governor will make sure he receives the punishment he deserves. However, our hero decided to ask why he was going to be punished. The governor pretends that Chief Cedric is a respectable businessman, even though he knows the truth, and that Damien tried to kill him. Furthermore, he attacked his company and killed dozens of his innocent workers, although the townspeople themselves know this is not true. No matter how ruthless Damien may be, Cedric is confident that he would not dare lay a finger on a man under the governor's protection. Our hero sensed that the head of the Black Serpent might have contacts within the city administration. After this, Damien openly mocked the governor for calling that piece of rubbish a good businessman. He promised that if he apologized immediately, he might generously reduce his sentence. The governor tried to be lenient, considering he was just a young man, but Damien left him no other choice. He ordered Sir Robert to arrest the criminal. Robert is a knight who guards this city. He suggested to Damien that he lay down his arms and not resist arrest. Despite everything that has happened, there is not a trace of fear in our hero's eyes. But Damien is no fool, he simply has confidence in himself. Even though he has said so, given his current level, fighting the knight will not be so easy. For now, all he needs to do is buy some time. Robert struck with his fist. Damien tried to defend himself as best he could. However, even so, he managed it. For a moment, he looked back to see if the person he was waiting for had arrived. But the enemy's very quick. Looking around is as good as death. At last, the man Damien had been waiting for arrived and saved him. This woman effortlessly repelled the knight's attack with her bare hands. The governor and the head of the Black Serpent are shocked by what has happened. Robert, assuming Damien had a companion, asked her to identify herself. As soon as the woman removed her hood, there was no need for her to introduce herself. Victor brought a paladin from the church with him. I managed it at the very last moment. Cedric tensed up when he found out that the church was involved in the situation because it would be bad for him if they already knew he'd made a pact with the Dark Mage. Our hero waited for Victor for a long time, but in the end, he completed his task. Although he is merely a servant, he is capable of carrying out such orders. A few hours ago, Damien handed him a bag containing the head of the Dark Mage, a diary, and several of his grimoires. With all this, Victor rushed to the Holy Church, where Inez was waiting for him. He told her that his master had asked him to quickly deliver the bag with the head and the grimoires to the church. This is a kind of proof that someone is working with a Dark Mage. She became interested and asked him to show her what he had brought. The energy is weak, but it is undoubtedly black magic. And in the corner, Agnes saw Yulan's poster. She grabbed the bag, hoping to see inside the head of the mage the whole church was searching for. Without the slightest hint of disgust, she pulled on the tail. Of course, Victor found this scene extremely unpleasant. Finally, she holds in her hands the head of one of Yulan's leaders, Agito, and wishes to meet the master who sent her the head. At last, having seen it in person, she reported that she had received the evidence sent and that the church would take care of the matter. Our hero has no intention of standing in their way. The church is free to do as it sees fit. A religious leader arrived at the scene. Everything is going exactly as our hero had planned. Holy Church. They live their lives in service to God. They are endlessly merciful and generous towards ordinary people. But when it comes to heretics and demons, they will not hesitate for a second and will cast their souls into the sacred flame. The vanguard of this church is made up of paladins. Most importantly, these paladins are now on Damien's side. Agnes made an announcement to the city's residents and the soldiers. The church had received a report about a man who had made a pact with a dark mage wanted by the authorities and who was now in their city. And while they search for those involved, the church will become the city's authority. The governor protested immediately, as the city had been granted permission to self-govern, and he, the king's viceroy, was present. However, while the eradication of heretics is the will of God, the power of the church stands above that of the kingdom. Moreover, Viceroy Sebastian and his knight are the main suspects. The governor at once began to deny any connection with the Dark Mage. In fact, he truly knew nothing. But Cedric hid and supported the Dark Mage. The mere act of protecting such a person is enough to arouse suspicion. He continues to deny his guilt. But to his misfortune, Agito kept a diary that contained all the evidence of their contract. There are records of how Cedric Walker bought things for the Dark Mage, and every item is described. They'll know whether it's a lie or not as soon as they compare what's written in the diary with the shot records. Cedric keeps denying it, but it doesn't matter. They'll uncover everything during the investigation. In the meantime, the suspects will be sent to prison while awaiting a decision. All of this happened right in the city centre, in full view of the public. It doesn't matter about Chief Blacksnake. The governor's and his knight's reputations are already ruined. Sebastian realised that Damien had planned everything from the very beginning. That's why he remains so brave right until the end. He's also afraid because he doesn't know what those fanatics might do to him. And Cedric decided to provoke Robert, implying that he was allowing himself to be insulted like that. But even without this, the knight is thinking about his next move. Letting himself be captured is a sure path to imminent death, so he better kill them all and disappear. Upon seeing this scene, our hero realises that Robert's making a grave mistake. After all, facing a paladin of that caliber is a sure way to meet an untimely end. Without a moment's hesitation, Agnes finished off the heretic. After all, anyone who disobeys the will of God will be punished. The leader of the Black Serpent fell to his knees, realising he had no chance of escape. The Viceroy Sebastian continues to flaunt his status. Damien and Victor, speaking loudly, deliberately discuss the leader of the Black Serpent, who, contrary to the rumours, seems to be a rather insignificant person. And Cedric still can't believe that, all because of a puppy, he's ended up in such a predicament. The paladin presented herself as a difficult person. Judging by her holy power, there's a high probability that she's a student of the Blue Flame. Brigantino, the most powerful man in the church, one of the 5 great saints. He is famous for having executed a great number of heretics. Agnes finds it difficult to fully express her gratitude for the work he did in eliminating Officer Yulin. For this act, the church acknowledges the help given and will not accuse Damien of anything. She pretended that they understood perfectly what she was talking about, but she had already realized that he had called the church to cover up his attack on the Black Serpent. It's best not to joke around with the church, Damien apologized, saying that the Dark Mage had tried to harm his family. Agnes felt sympathy for him, but in truth she had not planned to have anything to do with him. And given the circumstances, she can't hold him responsible. Besides, the reward for Agito's head will be paid soon. 1,000 gold pieces have been set for it. With that money, one could buy a small castle. But Damien wanted to ask the church for something more. He would like to learn one of the mana cultivation techniques belonging to the church. This struck him as odd, because our hero is strong enough to defeat an entire gang on his own. But after the battle against the Dark Mage, he fully realized that he had been lucky to win thanks to another force. However, to defeat an even stronger enemy in the future, to reach an even higher level, he undoubtedly needs the mana training techniques used by the knights, techniques more advanced than those he had studied. He has only studied basic techniques and asks for this kind of reward in order to master something more complex. Agnes can already sense the significant flow of mana within his body. And if he is not lying, then he possesses extraordinary talent. He also has the determination to get rid of heretics without hesitation. She decided to offer him a much better alternative, to become a paladin of the church. Without a second thought, our hero refused immediately. Victor realized that his master had brought down such a strong man with just a single word. However, becoming a paladin is the greatest honor bestowed by God, as it allows one to punish evil in his name. It is a very difficult position to attain, but Damien never had even a shred of faith. And more importantly, he has no interest whatsoever in living in the church like a dog. But this reason cannot be expressed, another must be invented. Damien said that he was not yet worthy of God's love itself. For now, he wishes to travel the world, exploring the Lord's paths as his humble follower. Such sacred words revived Agnes's ears. She'll agree to his request to provide him with the mana cultivation technique in exchange for a monetary rebirth. But if he suddenly changes his mind about joining the Paladins, she will gladly welcome him into the church. Agnes introduced herself as the first student of the Blue Flame. It is a great honor to meet such a woman. Damien asked her to allow him to do one more thing in that place. The leader of the Black Serpent looked up at our hero as he approached. He thought that brat would want to force some information out of him, but it seems his final act will give a fat bloke a beating. He's so fat that it looks as though Damien is hitting a pillow. But even so, he gave him a kick with all his strength. Agnes and Victor watched this in bewilderment. Now our hero is completely satisfied with the outcome. Victor asked the knight if the story was over, but who knows? Meanwhile, Marchioness Lionblum, the Marquess of the Kingdom of the Apple, Holland, burst into her youngest son's room. He stays trembling under the blanket for quite a while, like a frightened kitten. He told her how some wretch tried to kill him. First he said that he pointed a knife at him and then swapped it for a fork. For Holland, it's a ghastly scene. His son, once so cheerful, now trembles with terror. The Marquess ordered the guards who accompanied him to recount in detail what had happened and who had done it. They immediately exclaimed that it was Damien from the Viscountcy of Axon. As he did not believe such strength could exist in his family, he decided that our hero must have used some sort of cunning trick. He ordered people to be sent to his mansion and to drag Damien Haxon to him like a dog. Our hero's parents were taken aback by some unexpected guests. A paladin of the Holy Church approached them. The father was angry because his son had caused trouble behind his back and had even brought fanatics into their home. Our hero allowed them to stay for a while as the investigation was carried out in the Dark Mage's lair. Pablo tried to send them away, saying there was no room in his small house, but upon seeing the gift, he changed his mind immediately. Agnes thanked Damien once again for allowing her group to operate there. But in fact, when she made another request, Damien himself did not expect that they would come to his house. This research is very important to them, but she wants to ask for something else. The request was to possess Damien. Of course, she was referring to his joining the church, but the parents understood it in their own way and all sorts of things came to their minds. Agnes handed over the mana cultivation manual she had requested, specifically selected for our hero. There are 2 books. One manual contains sword techniques, and it would be a mistake to hand over a cultivation manual without the corresponding sword techniques. Damien doesn't really need sword techniques, but it wouldn't hurt for him to have them. He never came across those manuals in his previous life. Agnes pointed out that they were very difficult to obtain as there were many dissenters within the church. She began to tell him a story about how hard it had been for her, putting pressure on him so he would know everything she had done for him. And then she asked him to reconsider the matter of becoming a paladin. But our hero withdrew his hand and apologized. She understands, but reminded him once again that if he changes his mind, he shouldn't hesitate and should come to her. Just as our hero thought, she is a fanatic through and through. Her obsession is something else entirely. Shortly afterwards, the church ministers went to investigate the cave. The first thing they decided to do was rummage through the Dark Mage's belongings. One of them began to talk about how suspicious it all seemed to him. Agito is a high-ranking member of Yulin who has escaped the church's pursuit on numerous occasions. Of course, he belongs to a cursed school, which means he's weaker in direct combat. But such a powerful mage was killed by a local noble. The second person also asked a similar question, but Lady Agnes didn't say a word about what they could do. Therefore, I asked my partner not to worry. Now I need to focus on the investigation. Lady Agnes approached from behind and said they could place their full trust in Damien Axon. She understands the source of their doubts, but he didn't lie, although they still can't fathom how he managed to kill Agita. She reminded them that they had already heard him do it. Our hero told them that he simply dodged the blow and cut off his head. But his subordinates don't believe that he simply dodged the attack and accidentally killed the mage. The day Victor brought the severed head, even she doubted Damien's abilities, so she kept her distance, watching from afar instead of questioning him directly. He fought alone against dozens of mercenaries without receiving so much as a scratch and completely dominated them. But what surprised him most was that he deflected a fireball, or in other words, a magical spell. Her subordinates were greatly surprised to hear this. Agnes had heard that those who had reached the level of master swordsman were capable of blocking all kinds of attacks, including magical ones. She does not claim that he is a master swordsman, but he is obviously an exceptional warrior, so she believed the story about Agito's assassination. Although her main reason for coming here was to win over Yulin, in truth, she also wanted to take Damien with her on the journey. If he were to meet her master, he could become a valuable member of the church. So she asked her colleagues to set aside their doubts and focus on the investigation. Meanwhile, more guests arrived at the Vice-County of Axon. These are several knights from the House of Lionbloom who have come to meet our hero as ordered. They are so pampered that some of them do not even recognize the smell of cow manure. These discussions began to irritate their leader, so she silenced them, Official Knight Garrick. They are practically at the gates of the mansion. Arrogantly, he believes it will be easy for him to complete the task and capture our hero. But Garrick thinks that this is not enough to make up for the shame experienced by young Master Erwin and the Marquess. An old man passed by without paying him any attention, which enraged Garrick. Upon hearing in response that he was a resident of the Viscounty of Haxon, he immediately beheaded the old man. After all, in his view, an ordinary citizen would not dare to walk past without bowing his head upon seeing the Lionbloom family crest. And the apprentice knights who were seated behind thought that was too much, because the old man was blind, but they did not dare say it aloud. Afterwards, Garrick looked at them and said he had had a brilliant idea. When they arrive at the Haxon family mansion, they will drag that bastard Damien out of there, and then, right in front of him, they will finish off anyone who catches their eye. Due to the collapse at the crime scene, the church officials were unable to gather sufficient evidence. Agnes reassured them, telling them it was all right, that they had done a good job anyway. On their return to the Haxon Viscounty, they came across Damien. He studied the materials on mana cultivation in a book provided by the church, and Agnes was astonished by what she saw. The destructive energy technique she had taught him ought to be a cultivation method, allowing those who have reached the highest level to absorb the surrounding mana. But it's incredible to reach the top in just a few hours. When he opened his eyes, our hero saw their admiring gazes and knew that they had already finished their investigation in the cave. Of course, he wasn't exaggerating when he said that book was hard to come by. In his previous life, Damien was a master swordsman. So the sword technique held no value for him. But this cultivation method was extremely useful. The destructive energy technique was created to compensate for the high mana consumption of the destructive sword technique. Thanks to this, it allows you to accumulate mana faster than other techniques, and even temporarily draw in external mana. It was dinner time, and Agnes suggested they head back together. But suddenly our hero felt a strong bloodlust, and the saboteur arrived. Damien has urgent matters to attend to, so he'll go on ahead. The diagnosis indicated that I should return at my own pace. After that, he ran home as fast as he could. The church officials praised his incredible speed, while he used very little mana. Therefore, they understand that he controls mana with extraordinary precision. Agnes is very curious to know just how far Damien Haxon's limits go. At that moment, Victor is satisfying himself at the expense of the Marquis Lionblum's night trainees. Once again, an innocent man is suffering because of Damien. Victor simply ignored the orders to bring our hero. However, the servant has no intention of betraying his master or allowing any unwanted guests to harm him. The servants, seeing what was happening, called for the head of the family to restore order. He asked them to stop immediately. The knights welcomed him with jubilation. The first thing Paul did was rush over to Victor to check if he was all right. It's dreadful that the knights could attack a civilian like that. Garrett replied that this was nothing compared to what his family had done to the Lionblum family. He announced that the Marquis Lionblum demands that Damien Haxon be brought to him. If they hand him over calmly, the land will not suffer any harm. Paul is convinced that Garrick is undoubtedly lying, and even if he hands over his son, they will turn his house into a sea of flames. Therefore, he declared that he would never hand his son over to those scoundrels. Garrick ordered his men to destroy everything around them until Damien himself appeared. Pablo's pleas for them to stop were completely ignored. But our hero arrived just in time. Even his own father was frightened by the powerful aura surrounding him. The student knights were unable to assess the situation immediately and were about to attack. But then they realized that something was happening to their bodies. They couldn't even move. Our hero approached his father and Victor to check if they were all right. The servant's bruised and swollen face made Damien absolutely furious. If Victor hadn't been born with a strong body, he would have died from such a beating. And in that case, he would have beaten all three of them to death on the spot. So you could say they were lucky. Garrick had heard rumors that our hero was brave enough to challenge the Marquis. However, I am convinced that he feels very sure of himself because he defeated the nobleman using a pathetic trick. Garrick ordered his men to break Damien's legs and force him to kneel before him. Our hero simply wanted to release the accumulated mana he had gathered during his cultivation training and try out new destructive energy techniques. So it was very convenient that the ideal targets presented themselves to him of their own accord. He'll be able to test his techniques on them at a new level. They find a lift. The second one went flying afterwards, unable to land a single blow, having fully experienced the power of Damien Haxon. Garrick hadn't expected his night pupils to lose in such an embarrassing fashion. Victor gave him a thumbs up, which meant that everything was fine and that his master's powers were excellent. Our hero realized that his servant turned out to be rather interesting. Garrick realized that his master Erwin was not the victim of cheap tricks. However, he still doesn't understand why a scoundrel like Damien possesses those abilities. But he'll never know, because our hero isn't in the mood for conversation. This vision and the answers led the knight to a conclusion. He said that the man standing before him was not actually Damien Axshit. Paul and Victor were surprised by such a claim, but our hero dismissed it as nonsense. The knight believes that this is a trap set by the attack dogs to prevent the Lionblum family from prospering, and Damien is not real. Most likely, he is an imposter hired to defeat the young Master Erwin, thus humiliating the good name and harming the Lionblum family. Our hero called Garrick stupid, even worse than he had thought. One of the student knights was so frightened by what was happening that he decided to pretend to be unconscious. Paul and Victor supported Damien, wishing for his victory. Garrick intends to face our hero in a one-on-one duel. Damien seems skillful to him, but the knight is about to put an end to his luck. He will do so in half a step as soon as our hero comes within his reach. Then Garrick will cut him in half in the blink of an eye. However, as soon as his sword approached Damien, he stopped it with his own. As one would expect from Lionblum, this time they sent a fully fledged knight. Garrick decided to step back to avoid any further possible surprises. He can't believe that Damien managed to block his strike. Assuming it was just a fluke, he tried to attack again. But our hero simply ignored him, even calling him slow. Now it's his turn to go on the offensive. The official knight barely managed to defend himself. He was completely unable to see the enemy's attack coming, but our hero kept his composure and immediately knocked him down with a kick. Garrick's problem must be that he greatly underestimated his opponent. Instead of giving it his all, he was constantly taken aback by Damien's every move. Our hero dedicated this blow to Victor. Garrick can barely stay on his feet. He keeps attributing all of Damien's successes to luck. Garrick used his ultimate technique, the mighty lion's speed sword. Our hero wasn't afraid at all and didn't back down. The technique is noisy, of course, but that's all there is to it. Damien keeps his vow not to kill anyone in this life, but he does cause serious injuries. Now, Sir Garrick definitely won't be able to continue the fight. After all, he no longer has a hand for it. Victor is glad that his master has won, but his father has mixed feelings. After all, Damien is rather terrifying in battle. Using fire magic, Garrick managed to stop the bleeding, but when he saw the blade of the knife in front of his face, he panicked and began to beg for mercy, even though he didn't know who was standing before him. Our hero repeated that he was Damien Axon and that Garrick should have begged for mercy earlier. He dared to mess with his family and made the ugly servant even uglier. Garrick began to complain. He said he regretted what had happened and asked for his apology to be accepted. However, it seems he still doesn't understand to whom he should be apologizing. Victor and Pablo approach. They feel an uncontrollable urge to finish off that bastard. By the way, they didn't hold back their urges. Although Victor isn't completely satisfied, he'd like to carry on. However, Damien decided that was enough, because if they went too far, they might die. Although he was on the verge of agreeing to have another limb amputated, his father stepped in. Garrick continued apologizing and begging for forgiveness, this time in front of Paul. However, an apology can't make up for everything, because if his eldest son hadn't been strong enough, they would have already destroyed the entire territory, and he himself would have been dragged off to the Marcus's family home, where he would probably have been subjected to terrible tortures. Garrick was already banging his head against the floor, begging for forgiveness, and the floor itself felt satisfied at the sight of such a scene. After all, the victory over the knights who attacked their territory has made his family a little stronger and feel prouder. Damien had no intention of killing them, because then his relationship with the Lionblum family would completely fall apart. If he were alone, he would fight them without hesitation, but for the sake of his family, he must restrain himself. However, if you let them go, they will undoubtedly return soon to take their revenge. Agnes finally arrived at the mansion. She hurried, worried that something terrible might have happened. Our heroine realized that even in this situation, she could be of use. He told her the whole story. After that, I didn't even have to ask her. She offered to help herself. Thanks to the Haxon family, one of Yulin's officers was successfully brought down. In this regard, the church can form an alliance with them, and in this case, their family will be able to avoid the resulting crisis. Damien bribed Agnes to do it for him. Initially, when he told her the story, this was exactly what he was counting on, the protection of the church. He ordered the knights to report this to Marquis Lionblum. Tell them that the Haxon family is now under the protection of the church. If they try to attack their family and their servants again, they will feel the wrath of the church and its paladins. The knights, terrified, fled as fast as they could with their tails between their legs. Now his family can finally breathe easy, but Paul is not so sure. He believes they need to figure out how to proceed. A family meeting is necessary. The main topic will be the dispute with the Lionblum family. Abel doesn't quite understand why this is necessary, since their family is now under the protection of the church. However, the truth is that they cannot expect full intervention from the church. The church is not deeply involved in the affairs of the nobility, and the Marquis's power is not based solely on his military might. If they wish, they could destroy a small noble family like theirs in many ways. At this moment, they have two options, pay up or sign a protection pact with another family. But Agnes decided to offer another way out. So Damien Haxon could become a paladin. Our hero did not expect her to play that card just now. He expressed his reluctance in front of everyone. Since Damien is not willing, his father said that this option would not be considered. For some reason, this greatly angered Abel. It was as if they were indulging our hero far too much. After all, if he becomes a paladin, all these problems will come to an end. Abel suggests that his father simply give the order. That way, they wouldn't even have to see Damien, who is always causing trouble. After all, it all started because of him, and he's certain that Damien should pay for everything. However, Abel probably felt his father's anger for the first time. He felt uncomfortable, although he didn't move from his spot. Abel is right in saying that Damien provoked the conflict, but the blame does not rest entirely on him. After all, the Marquis's second son had lustful intentions towards Louis. If that hadn't been the case, he would have done something even more unpleasant. In fact, Damien protected Louis from the Marquis's second son's schemes, rather than his defenseless father. Therefore, no one should condemn our hero for this. He made a great effort and raised his voice against those who insulted his family, giving them the response they deserved. Damien never thought his father would take it that way. He even felt uncomfortable, but he had to do it. Paul will deal with this problem in the future because he doesn't want his son to make all the decisions on his own. The butler intervened in their conversation, apologizing for interrupting them. A man from the Duchy of Gold Pixie arrived to see them. Young Master Damien had borrowed money using the family's wheat fields as collateral, and the repayment date was approaching. Our hero didn't know that he had already done so. The happy family idyll did not last long. We have to face the new consequences of that stupid idiot from our past life. Damien barely remembers this man, the manager of the Western Branch, Olin Demish. He came because the time had come to settle the debt they had agreed upon. Damien had no intention of taking out a large sum of money, but he was skillfully manipulated and persuaded to go further. He had already cursed his past self and wondered why he had even bothered to hand over the documents for his family's land. But upon learning the amount plus the interest, our hero was, to put it mildly, taken aback. It was so long ago that he can't even remember why he took that money, but it's clear that his family no longer has that sort of money. At this rate, his whole family will end up on the streets. If he doesn't pay today, the land will become the property of his bank. Olin can't do anything. Duke Goldpixie ordered them to collect all debts, no matter who owed the money, whether nobility or common folk. He asked for the money to be brought, but Damien said he couldn't get ready for the payment. Immediately afterwards, Olin's expression changed and, brazenly, he sat down on the sofa. He said that Damien shouldn't have taken on that debt in the first place, as it was very irresponsible. Well, in that case, Olin Demish is going to collect the debt using his own methods. He knew from the start that our hero wouldn't be able to pay. He likes money, but above all, he enjoys moments like these. He loves to see how arrogant nobles humble themselves before him, and he eagerly awaits to see what face young Master Haxon will show him. A very thought gives him chills. While Damien attends to his guests, the family anxiously awaits news, especially the boys, but the girls quietly drink tea and try to calm them down. Damien said he would sort it out, but his mother suggested they trust him and simply wait. However, before this, he used to solve problems with a sword, and fighting skills and negotiation skills are not the same thing. My father fears that a fight might break out here as well. All in all, their guesses were not far from the truth. Olin expected our hero to beg him, or at the very least to simply leave defeated and humiliated. However, he did not tolerate his guard's insolent behavior and knocked him out with a single blow. The second immediately lunged at our hero, drawing his sword, but Damien grabbed him by the neck with lightning speed, using the snakebite technique. By law, no one dares to point the sword at a noble. It turns out it was simply a case of self-defense, nothing more. Olin was left completely defenseless, utterly alone in front of the monster. He felt genuine fear as Damien approached. However, our hero is now ready to move on to negotiations. He asked his guest to relax his legs. Unfortunately, at this moment, he cannot pay the amount being demanded, but he suggested settling the debt in another way, which would no doubt interest his master. It seemed that Olin didn't have much choice, so of course he agreed. The next day, Abel bitterly told his father that he was heartbroken because justice had succumbed to cruelty. However, he asked him to stop and encourage his elder brother before leaving. Although Paul reluctantly agreed, he is still worried about whether Damien's plan will work. And Lady Agnes is upset because their paths are already parting. Our hero thanked her for everything she had done for him. His investigation is coming to an end, so tomorrow they will also be leaving the mansion. And as they said their farewells, like a true believer, she blessed his journey. And once again, she wanted to remind him that if Damien changed his mind, he could come to her, but he refused before she could finish. After that, he went straight to the carriage. Victor would accompany him on the journey. The servant has already loaded the luggage. Olin's carriage is very spacious and comfortable. Moreover, it will do everything possible to ensure that nothing causes them any inconvenience during the journey. Damien liked the atmosphere. He was so cheerful when he suggested we have lobster for lunch. Victor closed the carriage doors as the time had come. And then he told the coachman to set off. The carriage made its way to the Gold Pixie family's house, so I could meet with Duke Adam Gold Pixie, owner of credit institutions. Even the doors of this house look majestic. Without a doubt, the residents of one of the wealthiest families in the entire kingdom. Their mansion could easily be compared to that of a king. If the meeting goes well, Damien will not forget Olin's help. However, he is angry with him because our hero made him work harder than a servant, more like a dog. He truly hopes that Damien's plan works and that he dies. Our hero said goodbye to Victor and headed to the meeting. Adam Gold Pixie, Duke of the Kingdom of the Apple, has already heard about the infamous troublemaker from the Haxon family. Damien took it as a joke, but he was fed up with everyone laughing at him. He had borrowed money from the creditors of Adam Gold Pixie's family, and the repayment date was approaching. But now he doesn't have that money, so he would like to ask if he can pay in another way. To settle the debt, he will defeat the Lionbloom family. The Duke was surprised, but it seemed his new friend had already heard the news. This news is known by everyone in the kingdom. Recently, a gold mine was discovered on the border between the lands of the Lionbloom and Gold Pixie families, two families who have never got along with each other. They agreed on a duel between low-ranking knights to gain the monopoly of a gold mine. Of course, our hero already knows the outcome of this fight. That is to say, a resounding victory for the Lionbloom family. Thanks to the gold they acquired, they quickly expanded their forces. On the other hand, the Gold Pixies lost their influence. In short, if Damien helps the Duke to win, he will settle his debt and keep the Lionbloom family in check. Adam was interested in this because he had heard that Damien had defeated the Marquis's second son and destroyed a huge organization in Lentwork. And these are not just rumors. Therefore, the offer was very tempting. The Duke was simply looking for a knight to take part in the duel. Damien would be the perfect candidate, as who else could take on the eldest son of the Lion-Blum family? Although, of course, this still needs to be proven, because everyone recognizes him as a genius. Just as Damien was trying to convince the Duke that he could handle the situation, the knight Ernst Howitz intervened. He believes that one cannot rely solely on words, as rumors tend to be exaggerated. He also trusts that Miss Chelsea will bring the ideal candidate. Miss Chelsea has been away for a month, searching for the perfect knight to face Michael Lion-Blum. She always passed the Duke's tests flawlessly, so Ernst is confident she won't fail this time either. All of them put forward valid arguments. Damien is not at all pleased about this, because those bastards are ruining all his fun. It's clear what people think of the Duke. Now we have to decide what to do. Our hero realized that everyone was deeply mistaken, and that if they wanted to win this duel, they had to choose him. And whoever returns with Miss Chelsea won't be as good as Damien. And if Ernst needs proof, our hero will try to block his finishing blow. If he manages it, he'll prove his worth. Ernst felt offended by this, because Damien is of a lower class and dares to underestimate him. With his master's permission, he agrees to teach this lad a lesson. Of course, he doesn't care in the slightest, because things are getting interesting. They went out into the courtyard, to the area where the knights train. Victor is in a state of shock. All negotiations with his master end in fights, and the enemy seemed strong, so the servant is a bit worried. Duke Adam Gold Pixie gave the order to Sir Howis to begin. Ernst told Damien that he would forgive him if he knelt down and started begging for mercy. But our hero shows by his whole demeanour that he is not afraid at all, and he's actually a bit bored of standing around waiting. If that's the case, now the Duke's knight will deliver the final blow. Sensing the power, Damien realised that he had angered him too much. He wants to smash his face in with his fists. Our hero expected nothing less from a mid-ranking knight. However, if you understand where he's aiming, it won't be difficult. Damien's sword was shattered by the blow. However, all of this is nothing more than a planned trick. The Count was astonished and Victor was absolutely terrified. But Damien managed to withstand the blow and stay on his feet. Ernst is baffled. He doesn't understand how he managed to withstand his sudden attack. The Count noticed it as well, but his knight, Gol Ray Mitch, realised something. The position of candidate undoubtedly belongs to Damien. Victor leapt to embrace him with joy, forgetting about the wound on his chest. And Adam Goldpixie came over to congratulate him, because he had indeed withstood Howitz's blow. At first, the Duke was full of doubts, but he proved to be truly capable. Damien Haxon has demonstrated his talent brilliantly, just as he promised, and is now a candidate. Ernst Howitz tried to say something else, but the Count silenced him, asking him not to spoil the good mood. Ernst was absolutely certain that his attack would succeed, and Damien realised that the Duke was treating that knight badly. It's not that he lacked talent, he simply fought against the wrong man, because our hero's level has already surpassed the average. And since only lower-class knights could take part in a duel, he had to pretend. In a brief moment, he used his mana to block a blow and perform an act that would fool anyone. Although the Duke seems to be pretending not to notice, he suggested that Damien had internal injuries and said he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He used his ring, an interdimensional magical tool, and took a box out of the portal to give our hero some pills to help him regain his balance. He paid a large sum to the Alchemy Academy for them. What's more, they enhance physical abilities, just like the previous supplement. Knights usually take these pills during training, but they're also effective for internal injuries. Our hero is very pleased with such a gift, and the Duke is eager to get started with work. The next day, he could feel the effect of the pills. They had certainly been effective. In just one night, his internal injuries had almost completely healed. But the duchy is full of good training weapons, and Damien didn't have time to take a look yesterday. With them, our hero could train and carry on. Suddenly, a short man greeted him. The low-ranking knight Pavel Burmerd and his brothers. They are also going to take part in the duel. Yesterday, they were training outdoors, so they didn't get to meet Damien. If they were here, it would be them giving him a lesson instead of Sir Howitz. The duel with the Lionblum family is an important event, with the fate of the duchy at stake, so they hope Damien won't drag them to ruin. These lads don't trust him, so they asked him to leave and not interfere with their training. And now he understands it. During training, Pavel demonstrated the starting position, the motionless accolata, and his brother revealed a secret move, that of the phoenix rising from its ashes. Today is his 981st battle. Throughout all this time, Pavel has never lost. His brother dodged the attack skillfully, but then he lunged at him again. He expected nothing less from Pablo. He anticipated the attack and blocked it with his forehand. And then he accepted defeat and even expressed his gratitude for the new knowledge. The second one also wanted to fight, but Pavel preferred to rest for a bit. He believes that if he continues training like this, he will achieve good results and will undoubtedly be able to defeat the Lionblum family. They live by the motto, one for all and all for one. Our hero saw all this from the outside and his spirits dropped. Upon seeing the Duke's low-ranking knights, he realized they would be defeated in a duel. He shared his opinion with Victor that they would most likely lose. After all, with idiots like that, you can't be sure of victory. Meanwhile, the Count is talking about our hero with his most valuable knight, Gol. He thinks it's strange to come across a knight of such high lineage, although the old man isn't bothered by this in the slightest. Last night, Adam invited Damien to train with him, but he preferred to do it alone. The Count didn't believe that our hero would refuse. He was becoming an increasingly interesting person to him. He's interested to know what Nightingale thinks of Damien. He considers him an exceptional young man. He used his mana in a split second and blocked Harris's attack. Not just anyone can do that. However, since only 3 people are taking part in the duel, victory goes to the side that wins 2 rounds. It won't matter if Damien is the only one who performs well. The other knights must also succeed, and their training is overseen by a middle-class knight, Sir Vincenzo. Therefore, Jael believes there's nothing to worry about. But our hero considers this a huge problem that he hadn't foreseen. Not only are they stupid, but they're also in terrible physical shape, and only boast about skills they don't actually possess. With this level of ability, there's no doubt they'll lose, so Damien will have to step in. If he wants to get rid of the debt, he'll have to do something about these idiots. Our hero suggested they practice a training fight. Pavel decided that Damien had thrown down the gauntlet after seeing him in action, so he volunteered first. But our hero had in mind a training fight against all 3 at once. He suggested they attack him simultaneously. These low-ranking knights decided they were up against an arrogant fool. Although it goes against the knight's code, his prejudiced attitude infuriated them greatly. However, before they knew it, they found themselves lying on the ground. We didn't even have time to understand how it all happened, because Damien is so quick. Pablo was the first to arrive at the scene and saw his brothers nearby. Our hero called him pathetic, just as pathetic as he thought himself to be. Pavel remembers how they attacked together, but after that, everything is a blur. He starts to recall that Damien easily dodged all the punches, after which he quickly knocked out his brothers and then set his sights on Pavel himself. He did everything he could to reach his target, but Damien brushed him aside as if he were a mosquito. After experiencing intense pain, he lost consciousness immediately. He couldn't even imagine that our hero, who enjoyed a certain amount of fame, could be so strong. Monster. He defeats 3 without even breaking a sweat. Afterwards, Damien asked who had trained those idiots. Pavel said that their teacher was Sir Sebastian Vincenzo, a middle-class knight. Our hero would have suggested that they stop training under his command, but he doesn't want to cause a conflict, so he told them to come back after training with Vincenzo, and from that day on, they would train with Damien every day. Pavel suggested that if Sir Vincenzo saw bruises on them, he would suspect that something was wrong. But our hero promised that no matter how much you hit them, there wouldn't be so much as a scratch on their bodies. And in truth, if you think about it, even after he's given them a beating, they're physically fine. This is possible because our hero had previously studied a special way of beating people. Once upon a time, there was a man who traveled the continent reforming criminals. He was known for transforming people, and his method was simple. It would beat people for a whole hour, and if that didn't work, it would double the duration. According to legend, the longest he ever beat someone was 512 hours. During this process, the reformer began to feel sorry for his bloodied victims. So he thought about how to beat someone without endangering their life, and thus he created the invisible strike technique. This is what Damien used on those idiots. This secret art that causes intense pain but leaves no marks. He hoped that now they would realize how weak and useless they were. But Damien has a whole month before the duel, time in which he will turn them into useful insects. The boys were surprised by this. It's time for everyone to get back to training, but the Duke's assistant came running. For some reason, he was looking for Damien. Adam Gold Pixie is calling him to his office. The Duke's daughter, Lady Chelsea Gold Pixie, has returned home. Ernst is glad that she has returned safe and sound. A month passed, and she found a knight worthy of dueling. This is the low-born knight, Guillermo Blackwing. Others had heard of him as a famous mercenary. He took part in the War of the Kingdom of Eclapan and killed nearly all the low-caste knights. Rumor has it that no one of low birth can defeat him. Guillermo earned his title during the war through brutal acts that only a wild beast could commit. He swore loyalty to Chelsea and also promised to take part in the duel. She is confident that he will definitely be able to defeat Michael Lionbloom. The other knights also believe this to be true. In their opinion, Guillermo's already achieved perfection. It's good news, but the Duke's finding it difficult to make a decision. He still hasn't presented his candidate to Chelsea. The first candidate for the duel is Damien Haxon. She didn't immediately understand exactly what her father meant. After all, she had asked him to wait for her, although he hadn't said that he would. So she simply suggested changing the representative. She thinks there's nothing to consider here, as she herself has never even heard of Damien. In her opinion, it's obvious that Sir Guillermo should be chosen instead of some unknown knight. Of course, Sir Guillermo is a renowned knight, but Sir Damien is strong enough to block Howitz's final blow. Chelsea believes that her father simply doesn't want to acknowledge her abilities, and this is the perfect opportunity for him to turn a blind eye to them once again. She continued to point out his lack of respect towards her, but Adam silenced her immediately. She apologized, claiming she was tired from the journey. Our hero realized that they bore a grudge against each other. The Duke dismissed his daughter, saying that he would first discuss the matter with others. Upon hearing this, Guillermo burst out laughing. After all, why come to a joint decision through discussion when you can decide differently? Jael tensed up at such rude and disrespectful behavior. However, in a way, he is right. They can fight, and the winner will go to the duel. Chelsea asked him not to interfere and wanted him to keep quiet, but the Duke also liked the idea. It is true that the strongest should go to the duel, but Damien said there was no need to resort to fighting. He extended his hand towards his opponent, wanting to check something as well. Our hero suggested deciding who is stronger here and now. Seeing a little man in front of him, Guillermo apologized in advance, warning him that he might tear his arm off. But then Damien would be more gentle and stop at just a dislocated shoulder. This provoked Guillermo, who immediately grabbed his opponent's arm. However, his feet immediately left the ground. Everyone was very surprised that Damien had knocked out the famous mercenary so easily. Jael, who had knowledge of martial arts, was able to appreciate just how astonishing it all was. Guillermo Blackwing was the first to try to grab Damien Haxon's arm. However, Damien used Guillermo's strength against him and threw him to the ground. In Jael, they saw not only strength in our hero, but also skill. However, this made Guillermo extremely angry. No one dared to humiliate him like that in front of everyone. The mercenary turned out to be much stronger than our hero had supposed, because he actually tried to dislocate his own shoulder. The enraged beast immediately went for his weapon. He promised to tear our hero apart right then and there. Chelsea tried to calm him down, but he completely ignored her words. Then Gaul intervened, stopping the madman without taking a single step. It wasn't that he was defending Damien, but rather that no one had the right to brandish a weapon in the presence of the Count. Gaul's aura exerts a very strong pressure. He did not rise to the highest rank on empty merit. He would only turn a blind eye to such a thing once, out of respect for Lady Chelsea's honour. However, it is important to bear in mind that there will not be a second chance. When Gaul laid down his arms, Guillermo fell to his knees, exhausted. There was a slight commotion. It would be better for Sir Damien to keep his place as a candidate. Ernst is convinced that it was an unfair fight. He excused Sir Guillermo for his loss of strength caused by the journey. Besides, he is a knight who uses weapons. He cannot be judged in a fistfight. Chelsea accepted the idea and tried to force an official duel between her knight and Damien. The Duke asked her to stop insisting, but she paid no heed and carried on. Then Adam became angry and told her to stop showing off her incompetence. Then she became frightened, suddenly fell silent, and also apologized for her bad manners. Our hero put an end to their argument. He asked the Duke for permission to accept the challenge of a duel. Adam Goldpix, he was curious, so he did not intervene. Victor does not understand why his master is constantly looking for trouble. Our hero asked not to be bothered with questions. He has his own reasons for everything. Out in the street, they came across the forge that the Duke had mentioned earlier. Since Damien's sword had broken during the fight with Sir Hovitz, the Duke asked the blacksmith to make him a new one. Our hero could have defeated a scoundrel like Guillermo with a simple wooden sword, but there was no reason to refuse the Duke's kindness. The blacksmith had been informed of Damien's arrival, so there were no problems. He led them to the weapons. Even Victor, who had nothing to do with the fight, was interested in seeing the arsenal. All the weapons looked simply incredible, and Victor might find one for himself as well. Our hero spotted a very familiar sword among all the others. It was custom-made for a knight who once worked for a duke. Due to an urgent matter, he had to leave his post in a hurry before the work was finished, so the sword was left lying there. That knight sacrificed a single resonant broom to create the bullet. The shape of this sword is similar to that of any weapon made by the master, known as the musical swordsman. The blacksmith was surprised that Damien chose it, even though he knew what the unique resonant steel was. Unlike common rare metals that increase mana, unique sonorous steel has a temperament of its own that expels mana and causes surges. The knight who commissioned it called this sword the Sword of 1,000 Li. A li is a unit of distance, equivalent nowadays to 500 meters. Then, a young woman dressed as a maid approached them. Make sure that Damien finds a weapon to his liking. Her name's Rebecca and she serves Lady Chelsea. Her lady has requested a meeting with Damien, asking if he would be willing to spare her some of his time. Our hero is not sure he has anything to discuss with her, but the maid kept trying to persuade and placate him. Although Rebecca spoke without getting to the heart of the matter, Damien wanted to make sure of something, so he decided to agree. He asked the maid to take him to a mistress. They arrived at a restaurant run by Lady Chelsea herself. It is necessary to book in advance, and only those in the know can visit. Today, the restaurant's completely empty, so that Damien can visit. She accompanied him to the door and stopped, telling him that Chelsea was waiting for him inside. He looked inside, wondering what she would offer him. But then he caught a familiar scent. The girl served wine, saying that our hero had arrived a little late. After that, she asked him to sit down quickly and be a bit more patient. Why don't they have a chat while they wait for the food? Damien didn't agree, as he doesn't like to waste time. If that's the case, then there's no other option. Chelsea has just one request. She wants our hero to give up his position as representative. Bearing in mind that if Guillermo wields his axe, then someone like Damien is nothing in comparison. She said she was asking this because she wanted to preserve his strength while he prepared for the duel with the Marquis's family. After all, it would be most unpleasant if our hero were to get injured because of a pointless fight. If Damien agrees, Lady Chelsea will grant all his wishes, but she doesn't know what it is that he wants. It seems to her that the town's aristocrats obviously want money, fame, and things of that sort. She judges others without thinking and with quite a bit of arrogance. The Duke might be able to offer more, but she thinks it would be better to win the goodwill of the future Duchess in advance. Glancing at the hourglass, she brings her speech to an end. As soon as the last grain of sand fell, Lady Chelsea ordered Damien to go and see his father and resign from his post. Our hero smiled mischievously and refused. Lady Chelsea hadn't expected this at all, as things weren't supposed to turn out this way. She was surprised that Damien wasn't affected by the enchanting scent, a charming scent, a kind of dark magic, inspiring false affection to manipulate people. Damien, who retained knowledge of dark magic from his past life, sensed it the moment he entered the room. Usually, this concentration's enough to turn anyone into a slave within an hour, but the power of the greedy Damien absorbed it completely, although he decided to play along and find out what had gone wrong. Lady Chelsea immediately began making excuses and searching for words to get herself out of trouble. Without needing her help, Damien turned around and left, saying that she couldn't fulfill his wishes. She wonders what sort of impossible wish that is, and our hero replied that it was happiness for his family. He asked him to tell Guillermo to prepare himself well for the duel. Family must be very important to our hero. Then Lady Chelsea had another idea. If Damien doesn't refuse, she will send people to go and see them, which would completely destroy the Viscounty of Haxon. Our hero was enraged upon hearing those words, and Lady Chelsea never imagined that a noble from the common folk would dare to raise a hand against her. The knights immediately came running when they heard the noise, and when they opened the door, they saw this. They immediately rushed to defend the future Duchess, but Damien let her go and turned his attention to them. He barely made a small cut on the knights' necks, not killing them, but thus demonstrating his superiority. As he took his leave, he said that the wound was not deep, but that they should apply a potion so that he wouldn't die. He feels an irresistible urge to slit Lady Chelsea's throat at this very moment, but restrains himself. That'd be far too merciful a punishment for her. However, she will not forget what happened tonight, and very soon she will face terrible consequences. The girl remained seated, horrified by what had happened. Her knights die from blood loss, kneeling. Rebecca hurried into the room. She ran to Lady Chelsea to see if she was all right. That bastard had dared to humiliate her, and she swore she would kill Damien. She quickly called for Mustang Fury to come into the room. The man arrived as soon as she called it. Lady Chelsea demanded an explanation as to why Damien had not been affected by the enchanting scent. This left her in a dreadful situation. Sir Guillermo went to the tavern because he needed to let off steam after what had happened during the day. The duel is tomorrow and this psychopath is drinking. But despite this, Mustang is confident he can win, because Guillermo is Yulin's masterpiece. His organization collaborates with Chelsea to help them seize control of the duchy, and if Mustang doesn't keep his word, she'll finish him off first. They discussed everything by the window. We simply didn't expect there could be extra ears in a flat like that. After this, our hero and Victor returned to the forge. Damien never thought they'd run into Yulin here again, with these bloody dark wizards. As expected, Chelsea Gold Pixie is connected to him. This means that the energy he sensed coming from Guillermo is also dark magic. Instead of looking for the Duke and explaining the situation, it would probably be better to show him everything. And now the time has come for the duel between Guillermo and Damien to begin. Pavel and his brothers stand by, wondering who will win. Given his reputation, there's no doubt they'd mention Guillermo. Then they'll be free of this demonic Damien. They still hold a grudge over the beatings they received under the guise of training, certain that our hero enjoyed every moment of it. Pavel supported his brother's wish for Damien to lose, but in truth, he wanted him to win. And Ernst is watching closely. Being from Chelsea, he also wants our hero to lose. Guillermo is very confident in himself. He's surprised that Damien hasn't run away before the fight, which impresses him. But our hero completely ignores the enemy's provocations and remains calm. The Duke arrived a little late and announced that, as promised, the winner would take the representative's place. And he also expects everyone to accept the result with dignity. Although Lady Chelsea has complete faith in her knight's victory, Adam Gold Pixie raised his handkerchief to signal the start of the duel. Guillermo immediately drew his weapon and strode forward confidently. His intention is to show our hero why he is called a wild beast. As the axe was coming down towards Damien's head, he prepared to block the blow. A magnificent sword he took from the forge will be of great help to him. When this sword releases mana, it resembles a whirlwind or a strong wind, depending on who wields it. This worried Lady Chelsea and Rebecca, but the Duke and the jailer appreciated the mastery of such an unusual technique. Guillermo is furious. He doesn't understand where our hero got such strange tricks from. The jets of water emitted by this sword can cover either a large or a small area. They attack like projectiles from a distance whose force is no less than that of a good blow. Once Guillermo's anger had subsided, our hero moved on to the next part of his plan. He created a vibration that made his opponent feel very unwell. Then he vomited a large amount of black liquid, which could only mean one thing. The Duke did not understand it straight away, but his loyal knight understood perfectly what that meant. Lady Chelsea was not expecting this turn of events at all. It could seriously disrupt her plans. Our hero revealed Guillermo's true nature. All this time he had been a false knight. All the spectators of the duel are shocked by what they see. Guillermo enhanced his physical abilities with dark magic. The servants do not understand how this could have happened. If the church finds out about this, his whole family will be in serious trouble. Lord Damien already knew his true nature and apologized for not having told him sooner. But the reason he couldn't say anything was because he wanted to find out who the real criminal was. Adam Gold Pixie was a bit frightened that there were criminals in his house. Our hero informed him that some dark wizards had infiltrated his duchy, and the person connected to them is Lady Chelsea. This revelation horrified her. I tried to convince my father that I had nothing to do with it. However, he suspected it but didn't want to believe it. Now he can't refute what is right before his eyes. The Duke ordered the imprisonment of Chelsea and all those involved, and that their true identities be uncovered. Fortunately, it will now be easier to capture Guillermo. But Lady Chelsea was not about to surrender and ordered her people to protect her. A fight broke out between her knights and the guards, so the Duke decided to send his best warrior to ensure everything was resolved quickly. None of those present stand a chance against Zhao. However, Lady Chelsea's guards decided to hold out until the very end, but after having experienced such a high level, they realized they had nothing to stand against. They promised to hold everyone there for at least a while until their mistress found a way to escape. Seeing their disobedience, Gale decided to draw his sword. Chelsea herself was nearly caught in the consequences of his blow. She raised her head and saw that her guard was still standing, but then they were split in half before her very eyes. At that moment, she felt a tremendous horror. There is no way she can hide from jail. Upon seeing Ernst, she began to beg him to help her. He has known her since childhood and feels great affection for her. Therefore, he could not stand idly by and blocked Gal's path. As a middle-class knight, Ernst Horowitz contributed significantly to the growth of the ducal court, and Adam Goldpixie values him highly. However, if he defends Lady Chelsea, Jael will execute him on the spot. It was a very difficult decision for Ernst, but he cannot resist the arrest, given that the lady committed a crime. As they took her away, she kept trying to shout at her father, but the Duke silenced her, calling her a despicable creature. Because of her actions, the whole family could face a terrible catastrophe. Adam emphasized that bringing her into this family was the greatest mistake of his life. Out of fear, she did not stop trying to prove her innocence, but on the Duke's orders, the guards silenced her and led her away. After that, she stopped hiding her hatred. She used to hate her father a great deal, but now Damien Hugson has also become her favorite. For several days, the guards were interrogated in the dungeon, with brief breaks so they could recover from the torture. They were told that when they smelt a certain scent, they simply fell in love with Lady Chelsea. Jael is clever enough to understand what is being discussed. As expected, the Duke's daughter extended her influence at court with the help of dark wizards. However, he does not understand why she did it. At this moment, Chelsea's being held captive. She is certain that she is in this situation because of her father. She just wanted to be acknowledged, for her father to recognize her as his daughter. That was all she had ever wanted. But he always ignored her, always looked at her with cold eyes. Because of this, she made a mistake and gained recognition with Yulin's help. After all, this organization had promised her what she wanted. However, due to the Duke's attitude, her desire for recognition turned into hatred and the wish to take her father's place. But she cannot allow things to end like this. No matter how humiliated she is now, the main thing is simply to survive and then find a way to move forward. Our hero, after unmasking the traitors, never touched upon this story in any other way. He continued training and preparing for the duel. On his way back, he ran into Victor. Reportedly, the Duke was waiting for him in his office. When Damien approached him, he suggested they sit down together for a glass of wine. Although the Duke is one of the wealthiest men, the wine on his table is not particularly expensive, but it is his favourite. The main thing is not how much it costs, but how good it tastes. Adam suggested to Damien that he try an angel cheese from the Blanco region, which pairs wonderfully with the wine. As for Chelsea, they decided to accept the help of the Order. Unexpectedly, our hero thought that the Duke would decide to carry out his own investigation. He is embarrassed, especially after Damien's help, but they lost all the dark wizards. The Duke's men captured all of Chelsea's close aides, but none of them were dark wizards. At that moment, our hero regretted not having intervened. In view of the current situation, to avoid misunderstandings with the Order, Adam decided to leave the pursuit to them, and Chelsea did not say a single word. Despite the cruel torture, she is strong. She was not always like this. It must be because of something in the past. In fact, Chelsea's mother was a simple provincial peasant. In his youth, the Duke left home with his knights and met her by chance. Shortly afterwards, she became pregnant, and at first he himself did not believe it could be due to a single mistake. Later, he felt ashamed that a commoner like her should carry his blood. That is why the Duke turned them away when they came to see him. Some time passed after that incident. Adam wondered what had become of the child he had abandoned. He ordered his men to investigate, and they discovered that her mother had died of the plague and the child had survived alone. So he brought her to the duchy. Upon reflecting on it, he realizes that such an act was not typical of him, but perhaps he did it because Chelsea is still his family. Perhaps this was what Chelsea wanted, to create a real family. After reflecting on everything that had happened, the Duke realizes that most likely his daughter did it to gain his approval. After all, she could have lived the normal life of an aristocrat. The Duke felt that he was drunk and becoming very talkative. The butler ran to his office. Something terrible had happened. The butler reported that Lady Chelsea had hanged herself. The guards found her hanged in her cell, after which the Duke himself saw it. A few days later, Victor scolded his master for his behaviour because he had asked Damien many times to separate his underwear when sending it to be washed. I couldn't care less about the person who has to clean it all up. As he passed by the Duke's study, Damien saw him standing by the window. It has been 4 days since the death of Chelsea Gold Pixie. Given the circumstances, her death was declared a suicide. The interrogations of those connected to her were also concluded. Because she had put her family in danger, her grave was not worthy of a lady of noble birth and was arranged in a modest and undignified manner. It seemed that the danger looming over the house of the Duke of Gold Pixie had passed, at least for the time being. However, Damien has heard about Yulin and thinks that nothing is over yet. Victor realized that his master was not listening to him at all, but our hero skillfully integrated himself into the conversation. His terrible pain also affected Ernst Hovitz. He asked for permission and began to drink. One night he was drunk and walking down the street from the bar when he sat down in an alleyway. He remembers how she wove that crown for her father and wanted him to like it. She asked him, but he didn't know. He had never received flowers. His mother always told him that flowers have a magic that brings joy to people. The flowers with which she wove this crown were blooming in the field. Probably, Dad'll also be happy to see them. Ernst is heartbroken and blames himself for the weakness that prevented him from protecting his beloved. He regrets having laid down his arms and not having fought to the death. His drunken torment was interrupted by Rebecca, who seemed to have been searching for him for a long time. However, how dare she show her face if it was her fault that Lady Chelsea died? A dark and repulsive witch who conspires with demons. Ernst intended to kill her in that very alley, to strangle her right there. But Rebecca begged him to listen to her for at least a minute and to help her avenge her mistress. The girl claimed that Lady Chelsea's death was not, in fact, a suicide, even though the Duchy said otherwise. Rebecca deceived Ernst by telling him that the lady had died as a result of torture. Upon hearing this, Ernst was left completely bewildered, after which he released her from his grip on her neck. However, to make such claims, one must have irrefutable evidence. The lady was not so weak as to take her own life. Moreover, according to those who took her body away, it bore marks of torture that no one could possibly endure. Wounds covered her entire body. They said that anyone would have died from such injuries. Rebecca tries to show him that the Duke probably concealed his shame and made her death look like a suicide. And it turned out to be easy, because the Duke Ernst knows is certainly capable of such a thing. It was true that Rebecca approached her with a purpose, but Chelsea treated her with affection, like a real sister. That's why she can't let it go so easily. She'll take revenge on the ducal family for what they did to her, and for that she needs Mr. Ernst's help. This whole conversation was intended to buy time for the charming scent to take effect. That's all. Now he has become Rebecca's obedient puppet. After receiving his first assignment, he set about carrying it out. Mustafa emerged from the shadows, satisfied that everything had gone according to plan, as he had been worried whether the perfume would work on someone from the middle class. Even the strong have weaknesses in their hearts, and when they have that weakness, they are more easily seduced by charms. In Ernst Howitz's case, his weakness was Chelsea Gold Pixie. Rebecca finds it amusing that this idiot doesn't even know who really killed Chelsea. If I had known that Eulum planned her death, I would have gone mad. Now they want to confront Damien Haxon instead of just sitting idly by. However, they confirmed through a sect spy that it was he who killed Agito. Moreover, he interfered in the important matter that had been entrusted to him, which makes his act even more unforgivable. They are certain that Damien still doesn't know who they really are. He doesn't know that he has returned from the future. Even in the Duke's household, they must believe that they have disappeared and let their guard down. So Mustafa and Rebecca are going to seize this opportunity and kill our hero no matter what it takes. During this time, he trains at the house of Duke Adam Gold Pixie. Someone is trying to sneak up on him to attack. They fail to do so without being detected, even though magic isn't even needed to discover them. The 3 wooden swords fell to the ground when Damien managed to spring to his feet. He was so quick that he managed to get behind the enemy without even realizing it. Our hero has won once again, and Pablo and his brothers suffer defeat after defeat, time and time again. Every night, Damien beats them without explaining anything, and without giving them any chance to win. So far, the boys don't really understand why this is necessary. What's more, our hero never forgets to loudly point out how pathetic they are. Their task was to sneak up and attack just once, but they didn't even manage that. Pavel begs for today's training to end here, as he's on the verge of collapsing. Upon hearing Damien say goodbye to him for the day, he let out a sigh of relief. All night long, he tormented them mercilessly, hit them from all sides and drove them away. And knowing for certain that he would have beaten them up again, the end of training brought him great joy. The duel with the Marquis's house will take place in 2 days, so that's the end of training. Damien asked them to use the 2 days they had left to reflect on what he had taught them. However, throughout all this time, our hero was simply giving the lads a thrashing, so they don't know what to think. Our hero didn't expect any of them to understand him. The reason he trained with them wasn't just for the physical exercise, there was another reason. But Pavel pleasantly surprised Damien. It seemed that, after all, one of the 2 might have understood him. Our hero got so carried away by the excitement that he's now looking forward to this fight. A couple of days later, they ventured into the plains of deciduous trees. The Marquis and the Duke set up two camps situated very close to each other. Lionblum arrived with a well-trained army, not only in terms of equipment, but their individual skills are also impressive. That fool Lionblum might not understand anything else, but he does train his soldiers well. A couple of days later, Duke Adam Goldpixie arrived on the leafy plains with his knights. He arrived a little late. Marquis Holland Lionblum had already set up camp and had arrived with his well-trained army, not only in terms of equipment, but also in individual skills, which are impressive. That fool Lionblum might not understand anything else, but he does train his soldiers well. An envoy from the Marquis has arrived. They're proposing a meeting of representatives before the duel. It's quite a commotion in the opposing teens' camp. Holland is trying to wake up his eldest son. He's sleeping deeply, but they must greet the Duke's family. Eventually, Michael woke up. The Marquis even thought he had managed to wake him, but he complained that he was making too much noise while the other person was sleeping, after which he went back to sleep. Holland tried to explain the importance of his role in this fight and then gave in. He was about to go and deal with Damien himself, but upon hearing that name mentioned, Michael stood up. He's always sleeping, so he hadn't heard the news that Damien Haxon had been chosen as the Duke's representative. For some reason, this news inspired Michael so much that he even lost the urge to sleep. They arrived late to the meeting, even though they were the ones who had suggested it. The Duke considered this a lack of basic manners. But there's no reason to get angry about it. It seems that the relationship between Adam and Holland is hypocritical and tense. The Marquess greeted Lord Dahl. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. He constantly tries to draw him over to his side, but the knight is loyal to his Duke. After the Marquess took notice of Damien Hugson, he has a score to settle with him because our hero attacked his son and seriously wounded a valuable knight. No doubt he will take his revenge on him as soon as he gets the chance. However, being nearby, Holland feels a strange sense of unease. He cannot believe that he, an aristocrat of high rank, should feel any tension in the presence of this nobody of low birth. Or perhaps it is because of the potential he possesses. Damien is probably even capable of matching Michael. The Marquess's own eldest son came out to meet him and looked upon our hero with approval. He felt that their fight would be interesting and, overcome with impatience, immediately grabbed his weapon. But it is far too soon for a fight. His father stops him. He only had to wait a little while before the official duel. In fact, Michael himself grabbed his weapon upon seeing Damien, without even realizing it. Goal made a remark because he dared to draw his sword in front of his Grace the Duke. Threatening a noble with a sword is considered a serious offence. Holland tried to clear up the misunderstanding, but he himself understands that his son reacted involuntarily. It's almost the same as coming across a wild animal. Adam Goldpixie saw an opportunity in this situation, so this time he decided to forgive the Lionbloom family. This made the Marquess uncomfortable because that cunning old man would never give in so easily. In exchange for clemency, Adam wanted to add a few extra conditions to the reward for the duel. Of course, these conditions would be to his benefit. Gritting his teeth, Holland accepted these conditions. However, it seems they didn't quite suit him, and he was even angered by them. At that moment, the greeting came to an end. The Marquess took his son and his people and returned to the camp. Adam made a good impression on our hero, who skillfully took advantage of the moment to introduce his own conditions. However, the Duke couldn't understand why Michael suddenly pointed his sword at Damien. Our hero pretended not to know, but the duel would certainly be interesting. Thanks to his vast experience, he understands that at his age he has already shown he possesses a sixth sense. On the way back, Holland asked his son why he had put the entire house at risk. He saw the look in Damien's eyes, who already knew that Michael was about to draw his sword, and yet he smiled calmly. He has never faced an opponent like him before. Our hero really can fight him on equal terms. The Marquess saw how his son's eyes changed, bored by the lack of worthy opponents. Michael then realized that, because of him, they were in such an unpleasant situation. For the moment, there is nothing he can do about it. But to resolve this, the Lion Bloom family must win the duel. After a while, the knights of the two families faced each other. The first bout begins. The referee asks the participants to step into the center. As this is the first duel, taking the initiative is very important. The Duke asked Damien's opinion on whom to send first, but Sebastian Vincenzo wanted to do it himself. After all, training knights for the duel is his responsibility, so he would like to be the first to make a suggestion. Sebastian believes he is more competent than Damien when it comes to recommending a suitable fighter. Then, our hero saw this middle-class knight who was training those fools. It only takes one look to realize that he suspects Damien might steal the credit from him. There's nothing to be done. It's better to accept that it's a good suggestion. Therefore, our hero gave Sebastian the right to choose a knight for the first duel. So then, from Duke Goldpixie, the knight for the first duel, Fabian Vincenzo. His intention is to win this duel splendidly and regain his lordship's favor. The Duke has heard that Sir Vincenzo's son's talent is exceptional, so he expects him to win. From the Lionbloom family, the knight for the first duel, Roland. Fabian introduced himself to his opponent as a member of the Vincenzo Vascansi family. He then asked him to state his name. Roland presented himself against him without a surname, which means he is a peasant. This gave Fabian self-confidence and perhaps made him a bit arrogant. After all, how dare a mere peasant attempt to fight against him, who had mastered the secret techniques of the Vincenzo family? In this duel, a member of the Viscount's family decided to show the peasant his place and the difference in class. Sir Fabian strikes the first blow, but the peasant dodges it without any trouble. Moreover, Roland not only dodges the subsequent attacks, but also parries them with ease. At the same time, he mocks everything Fabian had said earlier. Junior Vincenzo is mad, but he's putting in more effort than the filthy peasant. But as soon as Roland drew his sword, the duel was over. Fabian only saw his hand fly off to one side. At first, there was far too much pathos, which will only make him feel even more ashamed. Sebastian was horrified to see his son lose his arm. The difference between classes is nonsense. Roland proved it to him. The Lionbloom family won the first duel, and Gold Pixie lost in disgrace. Fabian received first aid and was carried away on a stretcher accompanied by Sebastian. Damien had already foreseen this outcome because, in his opinion, the son of Viscount Vincenzo was far too weak. And the Duke is very dissatisfied, although he does not blame Fabian as he had a formidable opponent. And the conversation revolved solely around winning the battle. It was possible not to cut off the hand. Adam suggested that Damien should join the fight now, since they had lost one. However, if he goes out now and wins, and Michael appears in the final fight, then there will be no one left who can face him. But our hero already knows who will join the second battle. Damien informed Pavel of his departure. He just needs to remember to train with him, and then he will undoubtedly win. Since our hero recommends him, the Duke allows it. But he is not sure, because Pavel was never someone exceptional. But Damien asked him not to worry, because he himself had given him special training precisely for this moment. And that's why I'm certain that Pavel will undoubtedly win. Thus, from Gold Pixie, the night of the second duel, Pavel Vermont. He went out because he had no other choice, but now he doesn't know what to do. Against him, from the Lionblum family, came Hoy Celestian. He thought that Damien would go up against him and therefore was very disappointed. Well, what can I do? I'll have to finish the fight quickly and win. Pavel didn't even have time to think about his battle strategy, and the sword had almost reached his neck. However, he managed to skillfully block the attack and leap aside to dodge it. The enemy was left bewildered by the surprise. He hadn't expected that weakling to be able to block his blow. The enemy turned out to be better than he had initially thought, although Pavel himself still doesn't understand what happened. We wasted no time and immediately launched another attack. But Pavel dodged his sword again. As a result of the impact and the way it spread across the ground, a thick cloud of dust rose up. It seemed like a good opportunity for Hui to attack unseen, but Pavel blocked his blow once again. It was an attack that came from a blind spot, yet this weakling keeps blocking and dodging. Pavel's very surprised, because he himself knows he's not that brilliant. However, he understood why Damien was so confident of his victory. After all, the combat fencing he used in his training was the signature style of the Lion Blum house, the Great Lion Sword Art. Having been repeatedly defeated by this style, Pavel's body instinctively learnt to block, and now he could probably block blows from this style even with his eyes closed. What's more, Hui uses the same sword style but slower. So thanks to Damien, Pavel was able to reach a new level. Today, he has surpassed himself and his sword will pierce the heavens. Pavel won the second duel and didn't even cut off anyone's limbs. The Duke is pleased, partly out of surprise as he hadn't expected to see this. Just like Marquis Lion Blum, he was one of the best low-ranking knights. Each of them secured a victory. Now they're tied. The next duel will reveal who has won. Huey fell to his knees before Holland, begging him to kill him. But he's not angry. The knight did all he could, it's just that the other side turned out to be stronger. Besides, the Marquis is confident that victory is still his, because the next fight will involve Michael, the genius. Holland ordered Huey to go back and rest. Although it's odd, because he's 2 levels stronger than the Knight of the Ducal House, or perhaps even more. But during the fight, it seemed as though all his attacks were predictable. The Great Lion Sword School is taught exclusively in the Marquis's house, and no information can leak out. Michael Lionblum trembles with anticipation. He had never felt such joy in his life. I've found someone who is exactly like him. Therefore, without a doubt, he'll win and bring victory to his father. The Marquis sent him, and he is genuinely pleased that he can finally enjoy the fight. The first time Michael received fencing lessons from his father, he was so impressed that I felt completely overwhelmed by these emotions. He was full of anticipation, wondering how many powerful warriors there might be in the world. However, as time went by, his expectations and interest began to fade rapidly. Even when Michael fought against knights whose strength was widely talked about, they actually turned out to be nothing special, and victory became something ordinary. In the end, Michael even threw down his sword. He was overcome with melancholy at the lack of worthy rivals. But today, Michael met our hero. A gaze ignited a new spark in him. This is exactly what the bored genius was waiting for, an opponent of equal strength who can fight face to face. However, our hero does not consider Michael his equal. The Marquis's son was the first to launch an attack. All he wants is for Damien not to disappoint him. Michael is very quick. In an instant, he almost caught our hero. But Damien was not to be outdone. At the last moment, he dodged the blow and even managed to push his opponent's hand aside. Straight afterwards, he landed a counterattack kick that sent Michael flying a considerable distance. He quickly closed the distance and continued attacking Damien, but his attack was easily blocked. As expected, Michael's eyes did not deceive him. His opponent truly is the best. Michael used a destructive technique, much like a great wave. To block an attack like that, you need to be very strong. Of course, our hero managed it, but Michael was growing tired of Damien dodging his blows and still not drawing his sword. After asking our hero to entertain him a bit longer, he immediately launched his next attack. Then, Damien reached for his sword. Convinced that Michael doesn't stand a chance, his sword will strike the enemy first. In this way, he not only pierced the enemy, but also his weapon. Michael's head was sent flying, after which it collapsed to the ground behind our hero, and those open eyes looked at him one last time, after which this world crumbled. Seeing all this, Michael fell to his knees. His father doesn't understand what he's doing or why he won't draw his sword, and Michael doesn't understand what's happening either. He was certain that he had been killed. Standing in front of him, Damien asked why he was sitting there. Michael no longer considers himself the same as our hero, and he doesn't understand what sort of illusion has just taken place. Even before the fight began, he admitted defeat, handing the final duel victory to Gold Pixie. That night, they organized a party so the participants could drink their fill and have a good time. There will be enough wine and meat for all the knights, because the more people there are at the celebration, the more fun it'll be. The people of Lionbloom were also having a good time, which greatly irritated the Marquess. As everything had been settled, the Duke suggested forgetting about it all and simply enjoying the holidays. He poured Holland a little wine into a glass so he could drink with the others. After all, as the winner, he will be served the first glass. However, Holland cannot believe that Michael surrendered without even drawing his sword, although he is unsure whether to consider it a failure or not. But Damien is not particularly pleased that Adam has invited people from the Marquis's household. At first glance, it seems hospitable and generous, but it is obvious that this banquet was organised to mock the defeated Marquess. In any case, our hero achieved his original objective. With that duel, he secured victory for the Duke's house and made Lion Bloom think twice before getting involved with the Haxan again. There remains only one unresolved question. Damien's thoughts were interrupted by Michael, who asked for permission to sit beside him. He was already a little drunk and began to tell us how much he respected our hero. After all, Michael had thought all his life that he would never meet anyone like himself. But Damien is even more magnificent. This surprises our hero, considering how he used to treat his younger brother. Michael shared that he himself didn't understand what had happened, but whatever it was, he felt it, even without having crossed the line. Michael possesses an extraordinary sense that surpasses that of humans. He fought against Damien in the mental space of his own consciousness. In this way, he was able to understand that before him stood a being superior to himself. His true magnitude cannot be measured, and I experienced real fear. It was that instinct which saved his life, because in a real battle, losing an arm would have been the least of his problems. Michael wanted to become stronger again, but the world turned out to be much bigger than he had thought. Damien decided to give him some advice, because the world is truly vast and his talent is extraordinary, but not unique. Within the Empire, our hero can name at least 3 people whose talent surpasses Michael's. So don't become conceited or arrogant. Don't think that you've already become the best. Damien says this based on his own experience, because, in fact, he too came to believe he was the best until he was defeated by a single man. Michael wondered whether Sir Damien thought differently. But our hero, of course, is convinced that he is the best because his companion has just said so. And with his advice, of course, he meant that one should not rest until becoming as strong as Damien himself. Michael promised to remember these words. Adam Gold Pixie realized that these lads became friends quickly. Friendship between young men is always wonderful. However, Damien is interested to know why the elders came to him. The conversation between the Count and the Marquis ended, so he went to look for them. Before the duel, they agreed that, as a reward for victory, they would have access to the Marquis's treasure. But Holland was stingy and didn't want to come to an agreement, so we had to negotiate in another way. The Marquis cannot forgive Damien for what he did to Erwin, but given the circumstances, he'll ignore it for now. Therefore, first of all, he would like to apologise to Damien Haxan for having sent knights to demonstrate his military might. But despite this, he cannot open the treasure to an outsider, a half-hearted apology and a conveniently omitted question regarding Erwin. But as an apology and reward for the fight, Holland decided to give something to Damien. This artifact, a ring imbued with spatial magic, was created in the White Tower and can store up to 100 kilograms. A spatial artifact is worth no less than a small castle. Our hero is annoyed because this differs from the original promise, but given that it is such a valuable item, he can tolerate it. He quickly took it out of the box and thanked the Marquess. Moreover, the Marquis's household boasts many excellent weapons that Damien can choose from if necessary. The offer is a good one, as they are the finest family and knights in the kingdom and undoubtedly possess many outstanding weapons. From his past life, our hero remembers an item that should now be in the Marquess's household. In that case, he asked permission for one more request. Damien asked him for a bow, which surprised Holland. After all, he doesn't understand why our hero needs it. And he needs it to hunt his younger brother. At that moment, Abel is sitting at home playing with a voodoo doll and suddenly feels uneasy. Afterwards, everyone went home and Damien was the first to arrive at the Gold Pixie estate. Dinner was being prepared for our hero, but he was already getting ready to go home. After all, he had been away for a long time, and it was about time he returned to his family. Adam won't persuade him if he insists so much, but he asked him to wait just one day while he gathered the knights who would accompany Damien. Although our hero is strong, bandits could still attack him on the way back, and the Duke wants his return to be peaceful. Frankly, Damien doesn't need this at all, but it's probably best to accept his goodwill. He agreed to wait a day and thanked Duke Goldpixie. After a while, they set off on the journey back home, accompanied by knights. Victor is pleased that they are finally returning home. He is also glad that the incident Damien was involved in has been resolved. Of course, he didn't mean it in a bad way. At first, travelling by carriage was very comfortable, but now walking is no easy matter. Unlike for some who are able to ride a horse, it's clear that the little rascal has put on a bit of weight since leaving the detention centre, but he'll soon get back in shape once he's home. The sun was about to set, so one of the knights suggested setting up camp. Our hero agreed and told him to go ahead. By the time the sun had completely set, they had already lit a campfire. The knights did not sit with our hero, but remained on guard. Victor prepared dinner for the young man and the others. He called the knights to join them for the meal, but they refused, saying they would eat separately later. Although Victor kept trying to persuade them to eat with him, our hero remembered Pavel and his brother's farewell. These blokes are far too clingy. Pavel thanked Lord Damien because thanks to him he was able to reach a new level. In addition to this, he rendered a great service to the Duke. They promised that they would never forget the lessons our hero had taught them and that they would continue striving to make progress. The lads bowed and thanked him sincerely. Although our hero can be rather insensitive, at that moment he smiled. The knights flatly refused to abandon their post, and not without reason, as a noise was heard nearby. One of them quickly went to inspect the perimeter just in case, although Damien doesn't think it's necessary. The next instant, one of the knights was hurled against a tree and pinned to it with a spear. The spear was brought by dark magic. It seems that the members of Yulin are close-knit. The enemy hadn't expected the Duke to send guards to accompany Damien, but these are only low-ranking knights. They won't be able to stop him. The enemy revealed his face, which greatly shocked the second escort. After all, he is one of Duke Goldpixie's most respected knights, Sir Ernst Howitz. That's why he can't understand why Howitz is killing his own men. A couple more people emerged from the shadows, the dark wizards Rebecca and Mustang. They spread the enchanting aroma for the benefit of everyone on Damien's side. There's no choice but to cut them down before they get out of control. Rebecca told the guard that she was feeling dizzy, after which he reached out his hands towards her, then she spun him around and he fell dead to the ground. Although Damien was a low-ranking knight, he was not affected by the enchanting aroma, and the enemy assumed he had a special constitution. This only piques their curiosity even more. Perhaps they should kill him and then cut him open. Our hero is alone against two wizards and an enchanted knight, but the current situation does not frighten him. Howis is pleased to have finally met Damien, but he wants to tear him apart and take his soul to Lady Chelsea's grave. Although it's completely ridiculous for someone who wet himself out of fear in front of Lord Gaul. Very soon he starts blaming others for not having protected her. All that being said, our hero enraged Howitz even further. But Rebecca thinks that Lord Damien is far too insensitive and that one cannot torment a man who is wounded deep in his heart. However, they don't understand where he gets so much confidence from, as it's 3 against 1. Damien knows that standing before him are the dark wizards of Yulin in the leadership ranks, which astonishes them. Our hero was a very keen ear. Howitz thinks his bravado is pointless. Today, he'll make sure that Damien dies a painful death. However, our hero is not alone against the 3. He has another ally, the Duke. Adam Goldpixie sent another knight to follow him at a certain distance. A mid-ranking knight, Sebastian Vincenzo. Damien Haxon accepted the Duke's offer to accompany him. I thanked him and was about to leave, but Adam stopped him, saying that he had one more favour to ask of him. The conversation turned to Ernst Howitz, who had disappeared and also bore a grudge against the ducal house and against Damien. It is reasonable to suppose that he might well try to take his revenge, just like the dark wizards whose plans were thwarted by our hero. The Duke is protected by Lord Gull, but Damien is not, so another experienced knight will be assigned to guard him. The other middle-ranking knights were busy. Sir Sebastian was the only one who was available. Thus, Adam Gold Pixie entrusted him with Damien's protection, and he accepted the task, ready to defend the hero even at the cost of his own life. But the Duke had previously entrusted Sir Vincenzo with another mission, to secretly follow Damien and protect him, because if he had been openly close to him, his enemies might never have revealed themselves. Although it was called security, in reality it was a strategy to lure out the dark wizards who were in hiding. Howitz greeted Sir Sebastian. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. He said that he had decided not to leave alive anyone involved in Lady Chelsea's death. And when they told Lady Chelsea that she had taken her own life, Howitz flew into a rage because he no longer believed her. She was convinced that a woman like that would never take her own life. He claims that Duke Goldpixie's is to blame for her death and that she must have died as a result of the brutal interrogation. Howitz will not let her death go unavenged. He will kill Damien Haxon and everyone who interrogated her. And in the end, it will be the Duke's turn. Sebastian can't believe he's talking about killing his lordship. He really has gone mad. But if he spares Damien Haxon, then Ernst will forgive him. What cheek for a worm like him, daring to say he'll forgive Sir Vincenzo himself, just as you'd expect from a middle-class knight. But Ernst used to be weaker than Sebastian, though now he's in for a surprise. Everything changed, as Ernst became much stronger from that moment on. This fool resorted to black magic to take his revenge. They went through the same enhancement process as Guillermo Blackwin. In exchange for his life force, he received incredible amounts of mana and physical strength. Ernst's aura is overwhelming. It seems he's already surpassed the level of the middle class. Sebastian was left paralyzed, so his enemy assumed he was shocked and ready to surrender. Ernst's warnings should have been heeded. All that was needed was to leave Damien Haxon behind, and then Sebastian would have survived. Ernst's attack destroys everything in its path. An incredibly powerful mana that's very difficult to counter. What's more, this attack has a very long range. Its power is truly incredible, there's no doubt about it. However, Sebastian Vincenzo is not as weak as Ernst believes. He trains not only his aura, but also his physical abilities, which allows him to dodge skillfully. Such a simple attack will have no effect on him, but it is unknown how long he'll be able to hold out like this. Sebastian asked our hero to leave that place to him and head to the Duke's estate to seek help. Damien obeyed and didn't forget to take Victor with him, but for Ernst and Yulin, the death of Damien Haxon is more important than that of Sebastian, so they can't let him escape. Ernst immediately ran after our hero, but Sir Vincenzo stopped him. As long as he lives, Howitz will not be able to carry out his plans. The two of them will fight here until one of them dies. Ernst became even more furious, and since Sebastian had brought it upon himself, he would kill him. However, the knight couldn't stop all three of them, and Rebecca and Mustang managed to catch up with Damien. In their opinion, our hero should have escaped on his own. It was foolish to think he would be able to drag that fat man along with him. However, they're the only fools here, because Damien had no intention of running away. I only lured them here because he couldn't fight properly in front of Sir Vincenzo. Our hero intends to finish this quickly, defeat the wizards, and then save Vincenzo. For the dark wizards, such presumptuous behavior came as quite a surprise. There are two of them, and they're powerful wizards as well, while our hero plans to fight alone. Such insolence enraged Mustang, who asked Rebecca to step aside so he could teach that foolish noble a lesson. Mustang stretched his arms out to the sides and began casting powerful spells. His entire body was covered in sails that began to glow. The mana spread out and transformed him into a huge and powerful monster. Mustang asked for permission to introduce himself formally. He is a member of Yalan Mustang Fury, and at his side is his second-in-command, Rebecca. Our hero was expecting to see an officer, but it turned out to be a figure far more important than he had anticipated. Judging by the way he transforms his body using dark magic, he must belong to the Frenzy faction. It's surprising that Damien knows those details, but if that's the case, he must also know how strong they are. Aside from his impressive size, Mustang's speed is also up to scratch. In an instant, he positioned himself behind Damien and landed a blow of tremendous force. Although the enemy couldn't even imagine that our hero would be able to withstand it, that means the rumors weren't exaggerated. Mustang not only possesses enormous destructive power, but is also fast. If we base it solely on his physical abilities, he's at least above average. This monster's also capable of attacking not just with his hands, but with his numerous tentacles as well. Our hero is able to dodge those attacks, but at one point he lost his way after crashing his back against a tree. The enemy then thought they had caught him, but Damien managed to change the direction of Mustang's attack. Through the constant effort of consuming the elixir given by the Duke and training, our hero has finally reached the level where he can freely use countless skills. Mustang decided that what had happened was nothing more than a cheap trick. However, as before, everyone who underestimated Damien paid the price. As soon as our hero drew his sword, Mustang was defeated. He cut off all the tentacles as well as the head, but it turned out that Mustang has the ability to regenerate his body even if he's split in half. This astonishing regeneration is the power of dark mana. Our hero feared that everything would end too quickly, but this is even better. It's much more fun to fight when you don't have to hold back. Meanwhile, Ernst Howitz is doing everything he can to crush Sebastian, but he skillfully manages to dodge all his attacks. However, even Ernst noticed that Sebastian was having a very hard time. Despite this, he respected him for having held out for so long. The knight is even ashamed to receive such respect from a man who became stronger with the help of black magic. It's painful to admit it, but it's true, Sebastian. With his current strength, he won't be able to fight any longer. He could only pin his hopes on Damien, but behind him a loud roar was heard. Our hero withstood this blow and was also glad that his fight hadn't ended too quickly. He was even bolder than Mustang had thought. So he suggested to Damien that he try to dodge his next attack. The wizard concentrated a large amount of dark mana into a very specific point. After that, he hurled it towards Damien, but our hero used his sword's abilities to repel it and didn't even take a step back. This puzzled Mustang because his attack had been truly powerful, and yet our hero overcame it without any difficulty, after which he began to cut him to pieces again. This doesn't frighten the wizard, because no matter how much Damien cuts him, he will always recover. But our hero carried on and on. The enormous corpse fell to the ground, but suddenly Mustang realized that his body wasn't recovering. Since the ability to regenerate originates from dark magic, it can't be used indefinitely. Our hero doesn't know much about dark wizards, but he believes that if you cut the enemy's throat, he'll die. Panicking, Mustang decided to ask Rebecca for help. Damien proved to be far too strong for him. Therefore, he hopes they can face this together. She cast a 7th circle dark magic spell, Instant Death. Across the world, only a handful are capable of surviving something like that. Mustang and Rebecca celebrated their imminent victory with jubilation. However, our hero took advantage of the power of greed, after which death dissipated. The dark wizards couldn't comprehend what they had just witnessed. That pathetic black magic was their last desperate attempt. Mustang devoted his entire life to researching this black magic in Yulin. This secret technique can kill even a high-level enemy if all the conditions are met. It seems Mustang is rather fond of secret techniques. However, that magic is like a parasite that devours the soul and grows because of it. Damien found something amusing. The very power they worship will end up killing them. Mustang was astonished to see our hero releasing black mana. After all, at their level, they've probably never seen anything like it. 9th circle dark magic, impenetrable darkness. Mustang devoted his entire life to studying the secret technique of the 7th circle. And our hero, at such a young age, displayed the 9th. An impenetrable darkness swallowed up the dark mages, after which it shrank to a small size and turned them into mincemeat. As soon as Rebecca died, her spell was broken and Victor regained consciousness. The remains of the enemies were scattered all over the area. Victor rubbed his cheeks, not understanding what was on his face. But all he did was smear blood everywhere. He thought she belonged to him, which frightened him, and he collapsed again. Damien reassured him by saying that she belonged to the Dark Wizards, but he forgot to ask them about Dorgo. He didn't want to resort to that power, but there was no other option, as Damien hadn't got any information from them while they were alive. The only thing left is to summon their souls and learn everything from them. Meanwhile, Sebastian Vincenzo is already close to defeat. He no longer has the strength to dodge, and Ernst throws him from one side to the other. Sebastian refuses to admit defeat. He can barely stay on his feet, and he's buying time in the hope that Damien will bring help. Ernst prepares to deliver the final blow so that his opponent can rest in peace, but our hero arrived just in time, praising the knight for his bravery. Ernst had already planned to find him and kill him, but the prey came to the place of his own death. But if he takes one more step, he'll be a corpse. Since Ernst considers Damien to be weak, he doesn't understand where he gets so much confidence from and attacks him. But as soon as Damien squeezes one of the balls in his hand, his enemy's paralyzed, unable to deliver the final blow with the spear. He doesn't understand what's happening or how to deal with it. Sebastian is very surprised that our hero was able to stop the enemy who almost killed him so easily. The dark mana leaves Ernst's body. At the same time, he loses physical and vital strength, but even so, he doesn't give up on his attempt to kill our hero. However, his last gasps were in vain. What our hero did before this was destroy the Dark Mage's soul. If the soul of the mage who was controlling the person is destroyed, then the spell they cast will also disappear. I just need to explain it to Sebastian because he has a lot of questions. Our hero told him that he resembled Guillermo, apparently a side effect of the black magic leakage. He believed him, but he was still curious to know what had happened to the Dark Mages. Our hero helped the knight to his feet. First, they had to return to the Duke's estate. And on the way, Damien would tell him what had happened. By morning, they were already in his study. Everything had gone as the Duke had foreseen. He thanked Sir Sebastian for protecting Damien as ordered. Although everything turned out the other way round, our hero saved him. Then, Adam Goldpixie thanked Damien for having saved his knight and for getting rid of the Dark Mages. Our hero pretended it wasn't difficult, since his level wasn't that high. And after his death, supposedly, Howitz's black magic also dissipated. With our hero's help, the Duke managed to get rid of the villains who threatened his family. And now there's a chance that the souls of the people who suffered because of them might also be saved. Everything ended as the Duke had planned, and now it's time for Damien to return home. Speaking of which, Adam once again asks our hero to stay a little longer. There's someone Damien definitely ought to meet. Agnes entered the study. The Duke didn't know they already knew each other. Yes, he certainly didn't want to see her at that moment. Our hero can't understand what that clingy thing is doing here. Agnes invited Damien to go into the garden for a chat. The Duke is very curious to know what's going on. He was surprised that such a young and delicate girl was actually an inquisitor. However, Adam had a feeling about something from the very start. He thinks the chemistry between those two is simply electric. That's how it looks to outsiders. But in fact, Damien tells Agnes how he chopped off the Dark Wizard's heads and regrets not having seen it with his own eyes. And Damien seems to have quite a history with Dark Wizards. In fact, she volunteered for this expedition on behalf of the church as soon as she found out Damien was here. The question was whether our hero had figured out which group they belonged to before killing them. If he tells the truth, it could complicate matters, so he said he hadn't received any information. Actually, Agnes assumed they were from Yulin, but according to Damien's stories, they're very weak. Our hero decided to ask her why she was so insistent on searching for that group. Specifically, she is looking for a particular dark mage who was once connected to Yulin. He killed thousands of people and was known as the monster who played with corpses. Agnes is certain that Damien has already heard about this. No one knows his real name, but this strange nickname gained a sad reputation after an incident. One day, a noble's estate was completely overrun and turned into a den of the undead in just one night. After the knights arrived and destroyed the creatures, they discovered something terrifying right in the center of the town square, a revolting structure made entirely from the corpses and entrails of its inhabitants. From top to bottom, that was written in blood, playing with corpses. This demon committed a massacre solely to reveal a name to the world. Even now, the reason why she is pursuing Yulon is not entirely clear to Damien. And what's more, he feels something strange towards her. Our hero can't tell Agnes, but in truth, he knows her real name. Damien met this lunatic when he was a dark knight. In the distant future, she'll earn Dorgo's trust and rise to the rank of commander of the Legion. Her army of undead will be at the forefront, mercilessly exterminating millions of people. She will help to bring the Archlich's plans to fruition. Agnes asked Damien to let her know if he ever found out anything about him. He promised to fulfill her request, but for now that's all he can tell her. Therefore, if she doesn't mind, our hero would like to bring the interrogation to a close at this point. And Agnes, of course, lets her go. Of course, she knows that the Duke is watching him from the bushes. Damien informed her that the interrogation was over and then asked for permission to return to his own affairs. He also agreed that there was no longer any reason to detain our hero. All that's left is to wish him to be more careful on his way back home. Meanwhile, at the Haxon estate, Louis was outside when Abel came out to meet her. She disappeared suddenly, and his search led him to this place. If things stay like this, Damien won't return any sooner, so she might as well wait inside. But she's so worried about him that she can't sit still. Lewis considered him a good lad for having gone alone to the Duke's estate, although Abel didn't agree with her. He thinks it's more likely that Damien will frighten everyone else, not the other way round. As soon as Louis said she wanted her brother to return safe and sound, she saw a silhouette on the horizon that looked like him and Victor. As soon as Damien saw her, he waved his hand and shouted that he was back. Finally, Louis waited for her. When the parents came out to greet their son, they couldn't believe their eyes. The Duke handed over many valuable things before leaving for Damien. First, he wants to give something to his father. Our hero bought him books from the Duchy's bookshop, which were now popular in the capital. A new collection of poems by Lady Delphine and the latest novel by Viscount Dalek. And for Mum, expensive furniture made from cedar and rosewood. And he didn't forget his sister either. He brought her a piano, handmade by none other than Master Bartley himself. The Duke had given it to him from his own collection. The soldiers accompanying him will help carry all these things inside. Abel, of course, wasn't expecting anything, but he also wanted to get something, just like the others. But Damien decided to mock him, pretending not to understand his feelings. Of course, Abel understands, but there's nothing he can do about his face. Our hero made use of the spatial storage pocket, in which he can keep things and carry them with him. As for the present for his younger brother, Damien chose it especially for him. Lady Copperhead will surely be delighted if you give an S. Since his younger brother's getting married, as the eldest, he ought to help. Abel feels embarrassed and insecure because Lady Olivia doesn't even know who he is. But when Damien was at the Duke's estate, he heard that a combat tournament would soon be held to commemorate the lady's birthday. Abel will take part in this tournament, seizing the opportunity to get closer to her. But this competition is for knights to demonstrate their skill with the sword, something Abel needn't worry about, as Damien will take his place. A few days later, in the small village of Rivercross, everyone is already talking about the tournament being organised by the Copperhead family. The prize is enormous, not to mention that you could win the lady's blessing. One of the men also considered taking part, but his friend convinced him not to. Someone that skinny would be reduced to dust straight away. There are also rumours going around that the eldest son of Viscount Haxon will be taking part in the event. The people at the next table overheard Damien's name, and also stories about how he defeated the heir of Lionbloom without even drawing his sword. And people also praise his looks a great deal. The girl burst out laughing, which drew the attention of those around her. She asked her friend Jackson if he'd heard all that nonsense. He also thinks this is some sort of joke. However, the bloke who was chatting about it decided they were laughing at him for saying he was just as handsome. The girl tried to explain that they weren't talking about him, but about Damien Haxon. It turned out that Jackson is a very jealous person who reacts even to a simple greeting as if it was someone flirting with his fiancée. And so the most handsome gentleman in Rivercross became a little less attractive and a bit crippled. No one dares to flirt with Jackson Cutter's fiancée. The others are not going to ignore such an insult. These arrogant idiots don't even seem to understand who is standing in front of them. But they'll pay for this. While Jackson deals with them, his fiancée is bored. But finally, it's all over. Jackson approached one of the beaten men again to ask if he had finally realized who was standing before him. Not getting an answer, he punched him in the face again. He asked Sophia if she could believe that Damien Haxon was more famous than him. After all, Jackson Cutter holds the title of Ogre Slayer, but his strength is ranked as low class. Sophia is our hero's ex-fiancée, and she can't understand how Damien, being a nobody, became a celebrity overnight. It's only been a few days since our hero returned home, but as sad as it is, his mother and sister are already saying goodbye to him again, and now to Abel as well. The boys asked them not to worry, and promised they would be careful on the road. My father approved, as it was a good opportunity for his house to prove its worth, but he was still worried. If Paul had known that his younger son was in love with the lady of the Copperhead household, he would have proposed an alliance sooner. In any case, may their victory be a great result, but the most important thing is that they return home safe and sound. Paul asked Abel not to forget his instructions. He told him not to worry, but Damien didn't understand what was being discussed. It's time to finish the instructions, and he sends the sons off from the courtyard, wishing him a good journey. After a while, their carriage entered the outskirts of the Copperhead estate. A typical situation between brothers. They haven't spoken a word for several hours. They've never spent time alone together, so Victor has no idea what to say. But if this went on, he would die of embarrassment. So he decided to break the silence by asking Abel about the moment he fell in love. Now that Victor mentioned it, Damien realized that in his previous life, he simply knew that Abel loved that lady, but had never heard the reason why. It's time to tell you that our hero has prepared a gift and has traveled all the way here to help Abel. We can share it with you. He agreed because Damien insists that his story began 4 years ago. Afterwards, Abel accompanied his father to a reception with the Western nobility. Lady Olivia Copperhead was also present. She was wearing a green dress that matched her brown hair perfectly. The boys concluded that he had fallen in love with her simply because she was pretty. Whatever their relationship was, it was obvious that both of them had been in love in a past life. But then the Count rejected Abel's marriage proposal, and not only refused, but openly insulted the Haxon family, calling them unworthy. After that, he spent his whole life alone and died never having married, and was killed by the Death Knight, his own elder brother. If our hero remembers correctly, Abel remained a virgin all his life, and this time he won't allow that to happen again. His gaze was so intense that his younger brother felt extremely uncomfortable. But he managed it. And 3 days later, they arrived at the Copperhead estate. His family must have spent a lot of money to organize a party for the whole village. What's more, random passers-by are not allowed in. There is someone at the entrance who checks that visitors are on a list. Upon hearing that they belong to the Haxon family, the man immediately changed his tone. He apologized for having been abrupt. He is Connor, the chief butler of the Copperhead household. There were a lot of people, and everyone needed to be watched, so he offered to take them to a place where they could stay temporarily. They will be in a very spacious room, and if they need anything, they can call for the butler. The Count seems to be a very generous man, as he accommodated them so comfortably. Even Victor will have a separate room. The Chester Copperhead that Damien knew was not so considerate. Most likely, he was trying to win their favour, since his reputation had grown. Our hero decided to go for a walk outside, but Abel said he would go with him, just as he had promised his father. Hall told his younger son that if he saw Damien about to cause trouble, he should stop him. As soon as our hero left the shop, he immediately ran into Sophia. He gave her a slight push and the girl made a whole scene about it. Her fiancé hurried over to find out what had happened. He grabbed Damien by the collar of his shirt and told him to watch where he was going. Suddenly, he realized that Damien Haxon was standing in front of him. Sophia felt uncomfortable because out of all the people she could have bumped into, it had to be him. She stood up and greeted Damien. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. However, our hero didn't recognize them, so he decided to ask them directly who they were. Sophia felt offended by this because she was his ex-fiancée and decided he was just pretending. Damien firmly took Jackson by the hands and suggested they talk calmly once he had calmed down. Abel and Victor went out to check if everything was all right. They hadn't expected to see Sophia there. Damien asked Abel if he knew that girl. He told him that she was his ex-fiancée. After this, our hero finally remembered who was standing in front of him, and their faces suddenly became quite familiar. Once upon a time, in his first life, Sophia left Damien, and he begged her to talk to him. Then Jackson came out and stood by her side, and both of them mocked our hero. Damien couldn't believe that she had decided to break off the engagement unilaterally. Initially, Sophia didn't want to marry him. She had no other choice, as her grandparents decided everything, but that's all in the past now. Besides, it makes no sense, because she is Sophia Russell, and such a useless heir from such a minor house can't stand up to her. Jackson allowed him to leave in peace for Sophia's sake, but asked him not to dare show his face before them again. He couldn't bear such humiliation and abandonment. Therefore, as used to happen with him back then, he lunged at Jackson, throwing punches. But although he was constantly getting into fights, he didn't have the strength he has now. Jackson gave him a good beating and threw him to the ground into the mud. Supposedly, he tried to show our hero some mercy. Well, in his opinion, Damien doesn't even know his place. A useless bastard from a wretched family. And Sophia watched everything from above, without saying a word. It was raining that day too when they beat him up and threw him out. Although a long time had passed, recalling the story from the past, our hero felt a strong surge of anger. They assumed that Damien still felt ashamed about what had happened back then, so he pretended to be cold. Jackson didn't think they'd ever see each other again, but for some reason he thinks it's brilliant. Damien immediately realized that the whole setup was a sham and that those fools wanted to teach him another important lesson. However, our hero is no longer as emotional as he once was. He doesn't intend to prove anything and simply shook your hand, but if he wants to teach you a lesson, he'll do it in another way. As soon as Jackson took Damien's hand, he immediately decided he'd fallen in love with it. But as soon as he moved, our hero brought him down. They wanted to humiliate him, but now Jackson is kissing the floor, and Sophia shocked and frightened. Our hero still wanted to kill him. So cheers to this bastard for giving me a reason. Jackson gathered all his strength and stood up abruptly. Next, he immediately grabbed the sword. He wanted to kill Damien right then and there for such humiliation. But our hero turned it all into a joke, saying that whoever got a nosebleed first would lose. A man approached Jackson and asked him to stop immediately. It's incredible that such a useless bloke has become so strong in such a short time. This man has good energy. At least he belongs to the middle class and seems to know Damien. He's interested to know how far our hero has come. If Jackson had finished acting the fool, then it was time for them to head back. He wanted to complain that that weirdo had hit him in the face, but he quickly fell silent in front of his master. The man told him to stop talking nonsense and to follow him. Jackson was angry, but there was nothing he could do. He had to put away his sword and say goodbye. Our hero didn't understand what was wrong with them or why they were simply leaving. This man is Jax Noir, and soon you'll meet Damien Haxon. Our hero has a poor memory when it comes to someone with that name, but he senses that something interesting is about to begin. Once at home, Jackson began to ask Jax why he had stopped him, as he could easily have finished off that bastard. But he got no answer to his question. Jax simply grabbed him by the neck. He told him not to make a sound and to keep quiet while they were there. All Jackson can do is apologize and Jax calls him an idiot. After all, if he hadn't put a stop to all this exaggeration, Jackson would already be dead at the hands of Damien Haxon. but he didn't believe him, thinking that such a thing was impossible. Jax repeated that it was true, that he didn't know what that lad had been through, but that his strength was already far greater than Jackson's. If they were to meet again, he told his protege not to even think about starting a fight. His only goal is to win the martial arts tournament. Although Jackson finds it odd to have to win Olivia's favour while being engaged to Sophia, winning the tournament and striking up a relationship with Lady Olivia are the key conditions for Jax's wish to come true. He rises to the rank of true master. Jackson should simply prepare for the tournament while his master goes to gather information about Copperhead and the other participants. As soon as Jax Noir left, Sophia immediately ran to her lover. She quickly noticed a mark on his neck, but Jackson said everything was fine. Bloody old man, if he demands something, he could at least explain it properly because he doesn't understand. How is victory related to him becoming a master? Once he surpasses the rank of mid-class knight, he'll kill that bastard himself. Afterwards, the villagers gathered in the tournament arena. Damien Haxon's already known by many. His appearance is as repulsive as the rumours say. The Earl of Chester Copperhead announced that today his daughter's birthday is being celebrated with this grand event. He expressed his gratitude to all the distinguished guests for their attendance. Abel beamed as soon as he saw his beloved. The daughter of Earl Copperhead, Olivia Copperhead, stood beside her father. Here, in this very arena, the bravest knights of the Western Kingdom of Apple have gathered. The winner will achieve fame throughout the land, along with a reward worthy of such renown. The tournament will last for 2 days and will be divided into team and individual battles. There will also be healers available so that participants can demonstrate their full strength without worrying about injury. The first duel will begin in 2 hours, and the Count is eager to witness the bravery of the knights. Our hero said farewell to Abel and Victor, telling them they would see each other a little later. This event was organised for Olivia, so her father asked her to at least try to appear a bit happier. However, the girl is displeased. She never asked for anything like this. All of this has been organised solely to flaunt her family's prestige. But even if she isn't interested, the guests will no doubt applaud when the competition begins. The time has come for the first event, Team Battle Monster Hunt. The crowd shouts the names of their idols. Even Damien has his fans. Out of everyone, Jackson chose our hero for his team. However, the first activity, the Monster Hunt, is perfect for him. He'll make sure that everyone around him remembers his name. And finally, the bars of the pen are raised. The finest monsters were chosen for the knights. Many of the participants were already terrified just at the sight of them. They decided to scatter and not engage in direct combat. Jackson also took a step back, but Damien didn't even blink, even when, right before his eyes, a huge monster crushed one of the participants. Our hero wasn't expecting this in the competition. It seems that the Count of Chester Copperhead has a rather dangerous hobby. He gathered monsters that even the middle class would struggle to fight one-on-one. Low-ranking knights only stand a chance if they work together. However, no one had time to come up with a strategy or choose a leader. Therefore, as soon as the monsters appeared, chaos broke out, which has already cost some their lives. The blood flew so far that it landed on the spectators. Many people came here to watch the competition, but they weren't prepared for such a bloody arena. Not even Lady Olivia approves of such a spectacle. However, the Count believes that a true knight shouldn't have died so easily, although in this way the troll will weed out the weak among the participants. But once the initial shock had passed, the crowd began shouting words of encouragement again. After all, spectators always want something exciting and thrilling, and the more exciting it is, the better, because it's someone else risking their life for entertainment while they're safe. Jackson struck the troll several times in different parts of its body, but its regeneration's incredible. An attack of this level is completely insufficient. While everyone else is busy with their tasks, our hero remains motionless in the same spot. But now it's clear why they were forced to sign a strange waiver before the start, which stated that they wouldn't be held responsible even if someone died. Even Jackson would be at a disadvantage facing this monster one-on-one. But if he has a partner to support him, there will be more than enough opportunities to win. But even those who didn't die at the start can't get close to the monster. The troll continues to defend itself against attacks of all kinds. The knights try to attack it all at once, attempting to inflict enough wounds to at least temporarily immobilize it while it regenerates and, to finish it off, cut off the monster's head. However, the troll is not that weak. It caught the knight in mid-air with its enormous hand. After that, it crushed him like a mosquito. But Jackson did not back down and decided that now was the best moment for him. He managed to get close and cut off its enormous head. Sophia, like the rest of the spectators, admires his bravery. This made Jackson frown even more, thinking that he is the one who will become the strongest knight. However, a second troll appeared behind him, and he realized it as soon as all the spectators fell silent. Somehow, he managed to set up some sort of protection, thanks to which he was able to survive. He became so arrogant that he completely forgot about the second one. Damien resigned himself to the fact that, even though it was the Count's foolish pastime, at the very least he would have to play along convincingly. Jackson watches as our hero goes after the troll alone. Bearing in mind that he's a complete idiot and he's trying to ruin himself, the monster didn't keep him waiting and attacked Damien immediately, but our hero used the secret art of the all-seeing gaze and changed the trajectory of the blow. After that, he raised his arm to his back and leapt with a sword. Then he used the secret art of bloody death. This victory was swift and spectacular, which makes our hero stand out from the crowd. Jackson is shocked by what he sees. He can't believe this is the man he humiliated earlier. Abel began shouting his elder brother's name at the top of his voice, and people who hadn't known him before also started cheering for him. The Count also appreciated his skills and was convinced that his reputation was by no means exaggerated. Our hero easily disposed of the troll and put the sword away in his spatial pocket. This attracted the attention of the public, confirmed his reputation, and furthermore astonished Jackson. After the completion of the first stage, a banquet was held at the Cooperhead estate. All the girls' eyes were fixed on our hero, as well as on his younger brother. In their opinion, they're even more attractive up close. Abel is surprised that Damien managed to prepare such luxurious clothing. He bought it in advance from a famous clothing shop, Moonlight Wave, in Landwork. According to the girls, Damien looks manly and will be their favourite now and forever. Jackson's furious. He can no longer listen to this nonsense calmly. It irritates him that everyone recognises this loser except for him. He wanted his fiancée to understand him, but it seems she also admired Damien. Sophia doesn't understand how she hadn't realised before how handsome our hero is. Count Cooperhead entered the hall accompanied by his daughter, Lady Olivia. He thanked all the gentlemen and guests who attended the tournament held in honour of his daughter's birthday. The bravery and indomitable spirit of the young knights had inspired him greatly for the first time in a long while. He hopes that tomorrow's final will be just as perfect. And now he will announce the prize that the winner will receive. The Count put his hand into the fire and asked everyone to watch very closely. The people were frightened to see that, but all was well. The Count stretched out his hand and showed everyone that it was perfectly unharmed. All thanks to the power of the treasure he held in his fist. Our hero recognized it. Just as he suspected, it was really there, at the heart of the spirit. This treasure protects its owner from flames and also maintains body temperature. Even for wizards, its origin remains a mystery. But one thing is certain, its value is incredible. The winner will receive it as a prize. The audience is excited. Damien can't believe they're using the spiritual heart as a cheap prize in the tournament. Clearly, they don't know its true worth. At first, our hero wasn't interested in the prize, but it turns out to be very tempting. The Count of Chester, Cooperhead, hopes that all his guests enjoy today's banquet. A chap in the crowd, Franz of House Neisen, approached him. In honour of the young lady's birthday, he prepared a modest gift for her. It's a set of cosmetics created by alchemists from the School of the Sword using spiritual powder. In truth, it's a humble gift for his family. Another lad, Charlie of House Sion, approached them. He too had prepared a gift for Olivia, a necklace made from 7-colored crystal, said to be a rare gem that appears only once when 100 golems are destroyed. In fact, the Cooperhead vault was full of them, but the Count nonetheless thanked them for the gifts and asked that they be handed over to the butler. As expected, the competition to win the young lady's attention had already begun. However, such a wealthy count could hardly be impressed by ordinary gifts, and Jackson also decided to seize the opportunity. He hoped that Chester would have heard of his reputation, but no one had heard of him. Jackson took a vial of condensed life force elixir from his pocket. A single drop was enough to last the whole day without feeling tired. This was the valuable elixir that the master had told him to give to the Count. Targeting the Count instead of the young lady was a clever decision. Such a gift greatly pleased a man as wealthy as he was. Very soon it would be Damien and Abel's turn. Jackson took his leave, satisfied with himself and thinking that everything had gone perfectly. The attempt was good, but our hero believes that even so, he still failed to win the young lady's affection. When Damien approached the Count, he greeted him cheerfully. After all, our hero's achievements today were truly impressive. He noticed that Olivia showed no interest whatsoever in the banquet held in her honor. Her tastes are rather complex, but Abel shouldn't worry. When she sees his gift, even this woman will react. And the Count himself is curious to know what sort of gift a man of such stature could offer Olivia. Damien used his ring, and the Count was surprised that he possessed a spatial magic tool. When our hero drew out his bow, Olivia finally lifted her bored gaze, and when he revealed it fully, she even rose from her seat. This gift turned out to be the most interesting of all those that had been given previously. Although other people might not understand its value, it appears to be an ordinary, rather poor quality bow. And the Count himself was surprised. He was given something so unimpressive that he thought his daughter definitely wouldn't like it. However, she was absolutely delighted. To her, that bow was the most wonderful thing in the world. This is exactly the reaction our hero had hoped for. He asked Abel to make this bow for the young lady. The information that her hobby is hunting turned out to be true. To win someone over, you need to truly understand their needs. When Olivia took it in her hands, she appreciated how incredibly flexible it was, as well as what he had done with the Minotaur's horn. Our hero told her that it wasn't made from just any Minotaur's horn, but from the horn of their leader. Jackson is surprised because this is the monster that the middle class of knights fears to face in a one-on-one duel. The name of the craftsman, Augustus, is also engraved on it. Even the Count was surprised to hear that name. Our hero confirmed the origin of the bow. The equipment crafted by August is extremely valuable as he is the finest blacksmith in the Apple Kingdom. On one occasion, a shield he himself had made was sold at auction for an exorbitant price. The Count never imagined he would receive such a valuable gift in his life, but Olivia reassured him a little by reminding him that the gift actually belonged to her. However, Damien realized that the gift was not his and that he ought to thank someone else. He praised his younger brother, singing his praises for having gone through so much to get this for the lady. Olivia decided to ask him how he had managed to obtain something so valuable. The Count allowed his daughter to speak with Abel. He himself was interested, but would find out about it later from Olivia. Our hero was called Abel, for he stood tall as a pillar of enthusiasm. He cannot miss this great opportunity. No matter how nervous he was, he managed to tell Olivia how pleased he was to meet her. The hero of the evening is Abel, so Damien is out of the running. Seeing this, Jax Noir realizes his plan and Jackson's did not work. He expected Damien to be quite strong, but he didn't think he was competent enough to win the favor of both the Count and his daughter. He cannot allow this to continue, because if things carry on like this, the Jackson brothers will win both the tournament and the Count's daughter. He asked Jackson to follow him, and Sophia stayed behind waiting for him in the banquet hall. Our hero watched them leave, and I immediately realized that those two were up to something. The next day, Damien and his companions were strolling around the area. All that time, our hero was surreptitiously watching his younger brother, which made him feel uncomfortable. Yesterday, Damien noticed how easily Abel communicated and the good rapport between him and Lady Olivia, after which he left, saying he would be expecting good news from Abel as soon as possible. And Victor wished his master good luck in the upcoming battle. Abel decided to thank his elder brother for having given him this opportunity, but chose to play a prank, because in front of him was a stranger who had left his younger brother somewhere. Although all this was to be expected, because it is only natural for a brother to look after his sibling, the only thing he can do is try his very best to get along with Lady Olivia. The second day of the tournament will feature individual matches. Our hero proves to be as brilliant as ever. None of his opponents was able to land a single blow on him. Abel and Victor cheer him on at the top of their voices. At the end of the second match of the tournament, our hero reaches the final. In the stands, a rather reserved woman unexpectedly approached Abel. It turned out to be Lady Olivia, but it's odd that she's here. Olivia sneaked in here to warn of the danger. She found out last night. The girl couldn't sleep until late, so she left her room to go for a walk. After a pleasant conversation with Abel, she was excited and thinking about how to meet him again. Then the maid said that the Count was calling for her. Her father gave her some very unpleasant news. By his order, she is obliged to marry Sir Jackson Cutter. Of course, Olivia is not happy about this because she doesn't even know the man. Jackson was irritated. Jax told her to follow him, so she hurried after him, but she was unaware of his further plans. His beloved Sophia is waiting for him, and Olivia can't understand how such a decision could be made without her. However, the Count advised her not to delude herself, as she was the eldest daughter of such a noble family. Therefore, marriage is not something she can decide for herself. It is a matter for her father, as the head of the family, to determine. And of course, the basis for such a decision is the benefit that her household may gain from this marriage. Sir Jax, a man of middle class, promised that upon this marriage he would support her household. Among the great nobles of the past, the only houses whose main forces included members of the middle class were Gold Pixie and Lion Bloom. Only those two. If this marriage goes ahead, her house, like theirs, will gain a powerful fighting force. Furthermore, Jax promised to pass on weapon techniques and mana cultivation methods to the Duke's house, which the knights of his house could use, but he did not even teach them to his own pupil. Olivia is disappointed that she is to be sold off for the benefit of the house. These conditions are satisfactory for Chester, but there is still a small problem. Jackson is a completely unknown knight, so Jax asked them not to worry, as his pupil would win tomorrow's fight. But Graf reminded him that Damien Jackson is also taking part, so it won't be so easy to win. Jax is confident he can manage it, but he will need the Count's help. It's simple. He just has to refrain from interfering, even if Damien Jackson dies. Olivia tried to protest, but it seemed no one was listening to her. The Count gave his consent without asking any further questions. So the girl decided to slip away quietly and at least try to warn someone. She feels guilty for not having been able to stop her father. Abel and Victor are horrified and suggest fleeing immediately. Our hero thought that Jax was simply making a bad impression, but he never expected him to do something like this. And Count Cooperhead behaves exactly as he did in his previous life. He'll do anything if it benefits his house. Abel was frightened when he heard that Damien wasn't going to run away because he thought a middle-class knight was strong even for his older brother. But our hero reassured him and said that he'd already thought about how to proceed. First, we have to finish the current fight. Then Damien headed to the arena to join the other participants in the tournament. Everyone looked at him apprehensively because he was their main enemy. The drums echoed, drawing the crowd's attention. The final was about to begin, but the Count realized that his daughter was still missing. It is necessary to congratulate the knights who have reached the final and to explain the rules of the final battle. There will only be one winner. The last one standing will become the champion of this tournament. There are no other rules, so you may fight as you wish. It was decided this way for Jackson's victory, as it was the only way out. Victor is worried about the young man, but Abel trusts him and suggests that, for now, they simply watch. It's a no-holds-barred fight, which clearly reeks of something dodgy. Of course, the participants, without even discussing it, decided to join forces against the strongest, and Jacques Noir watches what's happening from the stands with satisfaction. As much as it pained Jackson to admit it, there was nothing he could do about it. And the others think the same. To survive in a fight like this, there's one main rule. Take out the strongest first, namely Damien Haxon. The previous night, after talking about marriage with Lady Olivia, on his return, Jackson tried to find out why his teacher was doing that. After all, he suggested it without even consulting his pupil. However, Jacques immediately clammed up. If Jackson had been clever enough, he wouldn't have had to make such an offer to the Count. Then there would have been no need to waste his time and knowledge. But he doesn't want to obey because he already has Sophia. Jacques asked Jackson to leave her as she was now useless. The reason he allowed the student to go out with Sophia Russell was because he wanted to win the support of the Russell family. Thanks to this, Jacques was able to obtain the fencing manual he needed. He also received the elixir that Jackson would need to climb the social ladder. But the Russell family has nothing else to offer. The union with the Copperhead family is not just to gain support. Jacques is using this marriage to rule his own house, or to satisfy his lifelong yearning. And it doesn't matter that Jackson truly loves Sophia. Jacques reminded him that she had left Damien simply because he hadn't been good enough, which meant she could do it again. He reminded him of the moment when her ex-fiancé started to have a bit of success. Their relationship changed instantly. So you shouldn't take a girl like that seriously. Jacques handed a ring to Jackson. This ring will enhance something and help you win. He asked him to use it as he says and fight against Damien. When he loses his head and flies into a rage, pretend that something unexpected has happened and kill him. Jackson already feels aversion towards his mentor, but for now he has decided to pretend to follow that scoundrel's orders. And at this moment, he himself wants to get rid of our hero. Sophia actively supports her lover during the fight. Jackson intends to kill Damien today and show her that he is much more suitable for her. But when all the participants attacked our hero at once, he dodged the blows without even taking his hands out of his pockets. One of the knights tried to attack him from behind, but our hero skillfully dodged him without even turning around. Damien fights against his opponents as if he were playing a game. In this way, he demonstrated his superiority before the entire crowd. At this moment, Victor and Abel are actively supporting him. Our hero realized that the other participants wanted to overwhelm him with their numbers and somehow get out of trouble. But so far, they haven't had much success. Jackson is surprised that Damien is fighting against several low-ranking knights without even unsheathing his sword. Then he realized that our hero had surpassed the lower class. The participants try to attack him again. They attack in the midst of a crowd and at the same time talk about the honor of the house and glory, which is rather amusing. But Damien can handle this as well because he possesses a secret technique, the all-encompassing gaze. Thanks to this, he'll be able to block all attacks from any direction. The two knights who attacked him ended up disarmed. After all, everyone signed an agreement before taking part. Therefore, they should consider their encounter with our hero as an accident. Abel was so proud that he even started telling his neighbors that this was his brother. Count Copperhead and Jacques Noir realized that their plan might fail. It seems that Jackson has been left alone with our hero. He asked Damien to stop showing off and, meanwhile, took the stone from his ring. Our hero realized that his opponent had put it in his mouth. Immediately afterwards, his body filled with mana, which spread towards the bodies lying on the ground. Our hero did not expect to see anything like this at the tournament organized by the Count. Now Jackson is confident of his victory, and Damien is astonished by the wickedness taking place here. This is what is known as a mana frenzy, a phenomenon in which the mana within the body escapes the owner's control and begins to move chaotically. In this case, not only is there a significant loss of mana, but the body can also suffer serious damage, leaving the victim disabled. This is the trump card that Jackson received from his master, an object that causes a surge of mana in anyone nearby. He is certain that now Damien will have to crawl on the ground like the devil. However, our hero simply laughed in his face. He called Jackson and his teacher complete nonsense. After all, our hero was expecting something like this, but that was all they could come up with. They also resorted to black magic, although Jackson seemed unaware of it. Our hero said he was very sorry, but those things don't affect him. Jan's confused as well. He doesn't understand why the power of the ring didn't work on him. Apparently, the mana commotion didn't affect Damien at all. Damien had already realized that Jacques Noir had allied himself with a count to get rid of him, and that he was using his pupil to achieve it. And if our hero takes advantage of this opportunity, he can send all those bastards to hell once and for all. While Damien was pondering, Jackson tried to attack him, but failed once again. Our hero is far too skilled to lose against a low-ranking knight. Since the situation had reached this point, Jackson decided to kill Damien using his true power, but he forgot his place. Our hero finally struck, and then his opponent didn't stand a chance. Jackson had no way to respond to an attack of such magnitude, and the spectators almost suffered the same fate. Jackson could no longer continue the fight and fell to his knees, coughing up the substance. Black magic burst from him with great force, after which he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Even the spectators now understood what was going on, as the entire arena was shrouded in a menacing dark energy. It seems that the Count himself didn't know what he had got himself into, as he was taken aback as well. He needs to do something urgently, because the crowd is growing increasingly impatient. At this rate, rumors will soon reach the church. The Count ordered the fight to be stopped immediately, and for everyone to remain silent before the situation escalated. And so far, everything is going according to plan for our hero. Although the main rat is already trying to escape, the Count is furious. He trusted Jack Noir, and yet he dared to dishonor him in such a way. There's no evidence that he was connected to him, so he can only pretend he knows nothing. However, just as he was about to get into the carriage, our hero called out to him. The Count was frightened because it seemed Damien already knew everything, but he kept denying it all. But since he decided to play dumb, our hero has no other choice. Damien quickly got rid of his guards. He didn't touch the Count, but he did frighten him a little. After that, he asked the question again. Now he probably remembered what he should have said. Later, the Count found out that his daughter had told him all about his insidious plans. After he had fed her and given her a roof over her head, she dared to betray him. Then Damien brazenly put his feet up on the table right in front of him. After all, they had already discussed everything, and he couldn't blame Olivia for this. The church will soon arrive at the scene to investigate, and then they will discover his alliance with Jacques to kill Damien. They also resorted to black magic, which is what the church detests most of all. And even if Damien remains silent, Jackson will reveal the whole truth, because the torture of the Inquisitors is dreadful. After our hero intimidated the Count, he immediately said that he had his own contacts in the church, and that protecting him wouldn't be difficult. But all this won't be done just like that. Damien has his own conditions. Firstly, the approval of his younger brother's relationship with Lady Olivia. And secondly, declare our hero the winner of the fighting tournament. Thirdly, said Olivia, as compensation for this matter, pay 300 gold coins to the Vice-County of Haxon. This wasn't Damien's plan, but it's a great idea. And finally, Olivia has one more suggestion which, of course, irritates the Count because she's his daughter. She demanded that half the territory be handed over within a year. He wanted to object, since it wasn't her who set the conditions initially, but Olivia reminded him that she had witnessed everything that had happened. The Count is furious because his daughter is trying to take advantage of the opportunity to swindle her own father, but she intends to reclaim what is rightfully hers and leave behind this repugnant family that used her as a tool. Our hero didn't expect Olivia to go this far. She turned out to be more terrifying than he thought. If her father has no objections, then she considers herself to be in complete agreement. In principle, the Count doesn't really have any other option. A few days later, the time came to hear the church's verdict. Our hero told his version to Thomas, the second-ranked paladin of the church, in which Count Copperhead is innocent. They have already received a confession from the criminal Jackson Ketter, who stated that they conspired with the Count and attempted to kill Damien. But the Count declared that it was all a lie, that he had only been told not to interfere with the outcome of the duel, and that he had no idea what they were going to do. Damien also added that Chester Copperhead himself approached him and warned him of the danger. If the Count had really wanted to kill him, he would have had no reason to do so. He said that after getting to know them, he began to worry and visited Damien in secret, and that if he had known about the black magic, he himself would have stopped him. Our hero asked Sir Thomas to believe him and swore in God's name that neither the Count nor he had told a single lie. Given their good relationship, Paladin listened to Sir Damien's words. Our hero kept his promise. Now the Count must keep his, but at least he is glad to have survived. After all this, it was time to go home. Abel hadn't thought he would introduce Lady Olivia to his family so soon. Damien himself wanted everything to go well, but it was rather painful to watch. Well, there were some difficult moments, but our hero finally achieved his original goal. The church's investigation concluded within a week, determining that there were no other suspects besides Jackson and Jax. The Count was completely acquitted, but Olivia had already managed to gain a great deal from him. That's why she preferred to leave with Abel rather than stay at her father's house. Abel received Olivia's love as he wished, and our hero obtained the main prize for winning the tournament. The situation was awkward, so there was no award ceremony, but he still received it. The Count is unaware of the true value of this object, but Damien knows. The spiritual heart is a clot of power that forms with an extremely low probability when a high-ranking spirit disappears. If our hero can melt it down and absorb it, it is capable of granting him not only colossal magical power, but also the strength of the spirit itself. Damien sees for the first time a heart that contains the ability of the fire spirit. By simply assimilating it, he'll be able to reach the level of his past life much more quickly. Jack Noir is now wanted and blames Damien for everything that's happened. He wants to take his revenge. That is why he followed them to the end and waited for the right moment. At night, while everyone is asleep, is the best time to carry out insidious plans. It was at that moment that Jacques poked his nose out from the shadows. But as soon as he drew his sword, Damien called out to him. Our hero thought his head was going to fall off from the excitement. Jacques reacted quickly and launched a long-range attack, but he missed and only managed to knock down the branch Damien was sitting on. From the very beginning, he knew that Jacques was following them, and he also knew what his real objective was. The sporting spirit is with Damien. After all, he is the winner of this tournament. If Jacques' aim had been to arrange a marriage between Jackson Cutter and Lady Olivia, he wouldn't have been so obsessed with winning the hand of that bastard. Even resorting to dangerous black magic, it's obvious that his original goal was the winner's reward. Jack thought it would be difficult to get to the bottom of things, considering there were scoundrels from the church everywhere, but it was a good thing he followed Damien. Now he just needs to kill him and snatch the spirit's heart. But our hero doubts he can manage it. Jack went on the attack, but Damien dodged him skillfully. At one point, he almost managed to catch our hero, but almost doesn't count. Even so, this bloke is one of the best among the middle class. His strength isn't wasted and his attacks pack a punch. He's surprised that some low-life scum is able to withstand his blows. But he believes that's all there is to it, since he managed to master the art of the Phantom Sword. This is the Master's ball control technique, which he has been perfecting throughout his life. All the swords in this technique are both ghostly and real at the same time. The senses can't tell the real ones from the fake. Our hero filled his special sword with mana, after which he unleashed it, scattering all the clones to the wind. This put Jacques in an awkward position, as it was his most powerful technique. It took him a while to realize what was about to happen next. It was this move that blocked Jackson's sword back then. Damien asked that they not make a mountain out of a molehill over a technique that was nothing special. And after demonstrating just how mediocre this technique was, Jacques decided that Damien already knew it. But our hero told him that he simply tried to repeat his move, and it worked. At that moment, Jacques' entire inner world seemed to collapse. Since he was a child, without the slightest doubt, he had considered himself a genius. However, the moment came when he met a true genius. His illusions were shattered with a single blow. The real genius defeated him with ease and a look of boredom on his face. It was then that Jacques realized he wasn't a true genius, but simply a bit better than the rest. And that's when it all began. To make up for his lack of talent and catch up with those people called geniuses, he threw himself into the search for secret elixirs and master techniques. If it made him stronger, he didn't care what method he resorted to. After more than 10 years, he finally managed to rise to the middle class. He mastered this technique with great difficulty, dedicating his life to the pursuit of strength, and Damien simply copied it. He even said it was a waste of mana. These bloody geniuses always go and do that. Our hero cut off his head to shut him up. He doesn't want to waste time on irrelevant stories. It's time to go to bed. Even if it's early, after killing an enemy, Damien should search him, as he might find something useful. Afterwards, they returned home with Olivia, who stayed at their estate for a whole month. She helped with the housework and became friends with all the residents of the Viscountcy, even though the servants ran after her and tried to stop her, as it wasn't proper for a lady like her to do that sort of work. Mum came out of the estate and suggested to Olivia that she leave all that and come inside the house to have a bit of a rest. Marilda found out that the bridegroom's wife was pregnant, so she was going to visit them. Olivia decided to get involved and offered to bring food that might be useful for the recovery. Paul watched from his office window as the women chatted cheerfully in the courtyard. The management of the land has become much easier thanks to Olivia. Even the servants are grateful for the attention their daughter-in-law pays to everything. Her parents were taken aback when they met her, but Olivia adapted very quickly. The Count's daughter turned up in person, bringing with her half of her family's land, and declared that she would marry Abel. Thanks to Olivia, they even managed to put an end to the arrogance of those people at social events who used to look down on their family. It turned out that Damien was inundated with marriage proposals from all sides, as he had become quite famous. But our hero thinks it's far too soon to get married. Although my father didn't understand it, sometimes one marries too late, but never too soon. First of all, a man needs to settle down in one place to find stability. In his youth, Pablo also turned down many young women. The father kept going on about marriage, which caused Damien to lose his temper and jump out of the window. There's still a long way to go until the holidays, so Daz will have to wait with his lectures. In fact, our hero never dreamed of becoming a husband. What's more, worrying about that in the first place is a luxury for someone like him. Although not everything he did was of his own free will, still, someone's children, siblings, and parents died at his hands. That fact cannot be changed. In his view, a murderer like that does not deserve to be happy. And more importantly, he needs to become stronger as soon as possible so that he can kill Dorgo first. Damien ran into the forest to train. In the book, he saw a technique that destroys madness. It was a new mana cultivation technique he discovered after defeating Jacques Noir. Unlike the usual cultivation method, where you have to sit still as always and absorb mana, this is an unusual technique that allows you to absorb mana even while moving, the principle of which is quite complex. If it is combined with the existing methods, something rather decent can be created. And if, in addition, the spiritual heart is properly absorbed, then our hero will undoubtedly be able to become stronger in no time. But just as he was starting to get into the swing of things, Victor arrived to announce the arrival of a guest. For some reason, upon hearing about the guests, our hero had a bad feeling. Upon entering the house, Damien saw Agnes. In principle, this was exactly what he had expected to see. She apologized for coming so suddenly. She was driven by the need to ask Damien a difficult favor. They confirmed the location of the corpse puppeteer's dungeon. She explained how they had been tracking him and apparently they had finally found him. That is why Agnes turned to our hero. After all, Damien's strong and talented. So she came from the church to ask him to lend her his strength to punish this evil in the form of the corpse puppeteer. The next morning, just at dawn, Damien tried to sneak out of the house. He wanted to do it while everyone was asleep, but it turned out that Victor gets up very early and tidies up the area. Damien said he was going for morning training, but Victor guessed it was at Lady Agnes's request. I assumed that our hero would join this punitive detachment. He hopes that this time his master won't go, because everyone knows how dangerous the dungeon created by this puppeteer is. Firstly, the Viscount would never allow it, but Damien didn't say a word to him. So Victor will have to pretend he didn't see anything. But he can't send Damien to a place that will clearly get him killed, although it's not clear what he expected when he confronted our hero with a broom. When he picked Victor up in his arms, Damien was once again struck by how thick-set and heavy he was. It's about time he lost some weight. He sat him down against the wall and promised him he wouldn't fall for the corpse puppeteer's stupid traps. It's also an ideal opportunity to get rid of one of Dorgo's henchmen. Our hero can't miss out on this, so he simply must go. If Victor finds out, he asked him to tell his father where he had gone. When Damien arrived at the place, he met up with the other paladins who were taking part in the pursuit. He met Margaret, a second-rank paladin from the fire school, an enormous woman. The abilities of a second-level paladin are comparable to those of an average knight, but this woman's aura is undoubtedly extraordinary. Margaret hadn't expected Damien to come, considering it was a dungeon created by the corpse puppeteer. But she said she couldn't refuse the request she had received from Lady Agnes, and besides, she can't stand dark wizards. A bit wasteful, but there was nothing to be done, so she handed over the sword. Margaret handed our hero the sacred sword, weapons forged from a rare metal that is subjected to countless engravings by the hands of a master dwarf blacksmith. Afterwards, the priests bestowed divine power upon it for years. Just by holding it in his hand, Damien feels his fatigue melt away. Agnes pleaded with the master and with great difficulty managed to convince him. Since Damien is joining this expedition, he ought to receive a reward. However, it is rather unusual for her to simply lend the sacred sword to an outsider. Apparently, Agnes harbours an excessive passion for Damien, and Margaret deliberately provokes her to make her angry. In any case, even if it is not a top-tier item, it is still something of incredible value. Agnes thanked our hero once again for having responded to her request. But Damien does not need thanks. He would like to know more about the current situation. A few weeks ago, people began to disappear in the Nofri Mountains. The soldiers walked through the forest, trying to find the third missing person. Suddenly, their dog became very frightened and pressed itself to the ground. The soldiers did not immediately understand why it was behaving in that way. But then they heard the man say how much pain he was in. On hearing the voice, they began to look around, trying to find its source. And then a huge monster emerged from behind the trees and headed towards them. What they saw frightened them greatly. A monster, formed from the bodies of missing animals and people, came out to meet them. That was how the soldiers from the estate, who were searching for the missing farmers, were able to locate the place where the dungeon was. But our hero sensed that something was not quite right about this story. It was unthinkable that the puppeteer of corpses would allow his subjects to escape so easily, especially considering that he himself had not even shown up and had left no trace of his presence. It is true that the church also suspects it could be a trap, but even so, they sent a punitive detachment. However, the church's actions were not entirely reckless. Assuming that the dungeon could be a trap, they gathered experienced fighters from 3 schools. With such powers, one could annihilate an entire kingdom, and Damien was summoned because of Agnes. His master opposed it at first, but then, as they joined at the last moment, 2 appeared, and he ordered the combat strength to be increased. Therefore, if our hero had not accepted this offer, Margaret would not have allowed Agnes to take part. Damien cannot tell anyone, but he already knows how this punitive operation will end. In a past life, a large-scale punitive detachment was formed, exactly like this one, and the result was its complete destruction. And from the last words of the paladin, who barely survived and died immediately afterwards, the reason became known. He said that the enemy was among the punitive detachment. All that remains is to find out which of them is the traitor. The carriage arrived at the place where the paladins had set up camp. The punitive forces camp is quite well prepared. There are quite a few paladins here who appear to be, at the very least, of low rank. The church was well prepared for this operation. Margaret asked Damien to follow her. They entered the chamber where the paladins of the Order of the Furious Blizzard were seated. It seems that this is not the first time Margaret has arrived late. She said she had to stop somewhere on the way. The next time, she'll definitely be on time, and it seems this excuse isn't a first either. But the real issue lies in Gommel's perpetual irritability. If he keeps frowning like that all the time, it'd end up with wrinkles on his forehead. At one point, their exchange of barbs was on the verge of turning into a real fight, and also served as a measure of how fresh each of their orders was. Damien pointed out that these two orders really have a very poor relationship, but their argument was interrupted by Sanus from the Order of Blinding Pain, a second-rank paladin of the church. He advised them to focus all their energy on getting rid of those filthy dark mages hiding in the dungeon. Margaret greeted her. They hadn't seen each other in a long time either. Sanus asked who the man sitting at the table with them was, pointing at our hero. He doesn't look like a paladin. Margaret introduced our hero to him. The other paladins had already heard of him, since he had executed a Yulan officer and also fought against two dark mages at the same time. Margaret told them excitedly that Agnes had personally gone to recruit him and that she had found her to be shy. Damien's not simply an external force. He has many merits for their order, which is why he was recognized as an ally. Gommel pointed out that, indeed, it is risky to involve untested external forces in such an important operation. But Agnes defended this decision. Some paladins believe that the stranger may have other intentions, since the dark mages have already infiltrated a spy into the order. This Gommel's rather cautious, but Margaret asked him to mind his language and not to overstep the mark. However, Sanus supported this idea, arguing that he found it dangerous. Garmel asked Damien for permission to put a question to him. The paladins joined this punitive detachment to execute the heretics and demonstrate the greatness of the god. Therefore, he is interested to know what reason brought the nobleman here. Our hero was about to give his answer, but a paladin burst into the room with an urgent message. The scouts who were on the mountainside came across a flesh golem. Many faces on this horrific body cry out for help, for pain for their mum. It is incomprehensible how such a terrifying creature can exist. Suddenly, the monster's behavior changed and it became enraged, after which it began to attack the paladins at random. Margaret reached her companion, who had no time to dodge the powerful blow. The man lost consciousness in her arms. The monster was emitting gases from every crack in its body. All the surrounding vegetation withered instantly. The paladins protected their bodies from this potent poison with divine power. It would be best if they focused on defense until the attack is over. But Damien surprised everyone once again, as he did not allow that poison to enter his body thanks to his aura. And while the others focused on defense, our hero got quite close to the golem. The numerous heads on the hideous body began to scream, begging him to leave. And the largest mouth launched an attack, which our hero also defended himself against with his aura. After this, the monster decided to attack with his fists, but Damien blocked the attack with his sacred sword. He explained to Gommel the reason for his arrival, something he had longed to hear. Ajita, that damned dark mage, cursed his domain and tried to kill his entire family. After everything I've been through at his hands. For Damien, killing just one will not be enough. That's why he won't stop until he has killed each and every one of these creatures. This answer left Gommel stunned, but Damien's strength surprised him no less. At the same time, the enemy is trying to find out through one of their own, Dibulant, why he revealed the location. After all, only 3 of them from Yulan remained, and the paladins are now building a perimeter outside. But there is a man who has ordered the kingdom to be thrown into turmoil. So Delant decided to start by destroying the church's military might. Their mysterious leader has not appeared for a long time, but Dylan will not allow anyone to insult him. This mysterious leader might even be pleased if he creates a golem using the flesh of the dark mage. Kate attacked them from behind and grabbed them by the head. Dylan ordered him to take them to the sewing room, saying he would proceed immediately. Kate only listens to him. He has created a loyal subordinate who follows all orders without question. This time, Delent will create a true masterpiece that will undoubtedly satisfy his enigmatic leader. And if it is the corpse of a paladin, it will surely elicit a different response from him. Sitting in this cave, he controls the golem, which is now fighting against the paladins. Then, the puppeteer saw that there was someone else besides the paladins. He saw how Damien found the core with a single blow and pierced the golem. Dylan cannot believe that someone who is not even a paladin could so easily overcome the trials he had prepared. So the puppeteer decided that our hero would be the ideal ingredient for his next creation. He asked his mysterious patron to wait until he had obtained the perfect ingredient and used it for his own purposes. This'll be his greatest masterpiece. It seems that this is how the Death Knight appeared last time. However, now fate may change, because our hero possesses a power he did not have before. The next day, a group of paladins approach the cave. If they want this punitive operation to succeed, everyone must understand their roles and responsibilities. First to strike will be a furious blizzard under Gommel's command, while the flame bearers will cover the rear against sudden attacks. And in the center, the blinding pain squad will use their powers to support both the front and the rear as they advance. This structure allows for the most effective use of the various powers each order possesses. Agnes was displeased because they were in the rear guard. She would have liked to be on the front line, cleansing the world of those heretics, but Dionysius promised to sort out the details and clear the way, and the most fervent were to reserve their strength for the decisive battle. He told Damien that his performance yesterday was truly impressive, although he himself is not yet at that level. But a stranger will always remain a stranger, so Dionysius will keep a close eye on our hero. Agnes advised him to stop talking nonsense and return to his post. Before catching the puppeteer with a corpse, it would be amusing if Damien were to find the traitor within the church first. And since that was the case, he called Agnes to accompany him in catching the puppeteer of the corpses. At the same time, he finds out the reason behind Agnes's excessive hatred. In the cave, they found many mediocre dolls made from the flesh of corpses. The Order of the Furious Blizzard, leading the way, annihilates them, clearing the path for the rest. Gomel and Dionysius are at the very top. Before doing so, freeze them with ice magic. No matter how many times Damien has seen it, that power still fascinates him. Even he himself is unable to reproduce that ability, the power of the church. Depending on the order, the power may have a different nature. In the past, he fought fiercely against the 5 saints who were at the top. The Furious Blizzard, one of the most powerful orders, has as its only flaw its excessive pride. However, these paladins are exaggerating a bit, as they remember Damien's performance yesterday and are wary of him. And yet, our hero kills, thus clearly showing mercy towards a creature that arose from the filthy hands of heretics. As one would expect from the disciple of the light, who's seen the most fanatical of the 5 saints, the odd one admires Damien's hatred. He even tried to invite him to his order. They're always pleased to see such holy and strong people. Our hero does not understand how many more times he will have to repeat this situation when facing the paladins. Sanus also mentioned that as a paladin of his order, he would become an eternal servant of God. And moreover, this would solve his problem with a Lakamala. This part's definitely interesting. Paladins can obtain divine power depending on their faith. Every time they purify the world of unclean heretics, the god grants them divine power. Damien kept refusing. The lack of mana would be corrected once he completed the mana cultivation techniques and fully absorbed the spiritual heart. For that reason, Sanus would never become a church lapdog. Moreover, he spun a tale about wandering the world and following in God's footsteps. Margaret pointed out to Agnes that at this rate they might lose Damien. Sanus went even further. Our hero really makes things difficult for her. It's hard to resist him. She wasn't used to not getting what she wanted, so she suggested to Damien that they spend some time together. Our hero immediately drew his sword and attacked Sanus. Margaret and Agnes were very surprised, not understanding what was happening. However, Sanus was perfectly fine. Our heroine destroyed the doll behind her back, which could conceal her body. The wound is deep, but the doll is not defeated. She has tough armor, so our hero suggested that we handle it ourselves. However, Sarnas took out the Bible and approached the monster, asking our hero not to stand in his way. Damien is astonished. He has enough power to neutralize a high-ranking flesh golem with a single book. The enemy attacks from the rear. Margaret will deal with him, and Sarnas must return to his position. It's a shame, but Sarnas promised Damien that they would definitely find time next time. Agnes, of course, sees it a little differently. She thinks that Sarnas is bringing our hero to lectures about the Bible, and he feels a sort of jealousy, which makes her feel sad and downhearted. Or perhaps she's even angry and will take out that anger on the monsters. Morgana suggested leaving it all in her hands to give her time to calm down. Agnes went out alone against a group of enormous monsters, but she was the only disciple of the Blue Flame. If, among the 5 saints, light was the most troublesome enemy, then this Blue Flame is by far the strongest. Agnes effortlessly destroyed the monsters one after another. I took out all my negative emotions on them. After that, everything fell silent, and up until now, no one has attacked again. But they came across a fork in the road. It would be far too inefficient for the whole crowd to go there one by one. The leaders of the 2 orders called a meeting to discuss whether it would be a good idea to split up into squads. Agnes decided to grab something to eat while she had the chance, but Dionysius had already prepared some food for her. He handed her the food with a smile, but looked at our hero as if he were doing her a favor, even though he needed to eat as well. A great battle was looming, so Agnes told Damien to eat well. After all, they had come all this way to kill the corpse puppeteer. Our hero is still curious to know why she is so obsessed with him, but it's not very tactful to ask someone so easily about their past. However, since Damien came here at her request, she'll tell him. Before this, she had already told the story of the village that had been devastated by the puppeteer in the past. Agnes lived in that village and survived. Then, her elder brother, the paladin, returned home on leave. Whenever a brother came, Agnes would stay up all night listening to his stories about Mass at the Holy Church. But that day she wasn't able to hear them. The village was attacked by hordes of walking zombies. A brother asked her to hide and not to come out under any circumstances. He asked me not to come out until someone opened the door, and also not to make any noise. This was the last time Agnes saw him. When she was rescued by a patrol from the Holy Church, the bodies of the villagers and the undead had already been incinerated. Through the Holy Church, she learned that the one responsible for what happened that day was the puppeteer. That's why she's looking for him, and that's why she became a paladin. While Agnes was telling her story, the meeting to discuss the next steps also came to an end. They had to decide whether to check the 5 passages one by one, or to break up the punitive detachment and go in all at once. In the end, they concluded that it was better to split up and all go in at the same time. Gommel wanted them to go together, but Margaret and Sarnas were against it, so the meeting dragged on for quite some time. This chap has always been far too cautious, which, according to Margaret, is his problem. Our hero realized that they seemed to have known each other for a long time. Gommel ordered all the units to assemble. From this moment on, the punitive detachment splits into 5 teams and enters inside. Each squad advances at full speed and then joins up with those who fall behind. Just as Gommel was about to say that today would be Yulin's last day, something unexpected happened. The ground beneath their feet collapsed due to the explosion, and the entire punitive detachment fell into a massive hole. This hole has no limits and is extremely deep. The sudden explosion turned into a storm, and now everyone was scattered. Paladins are as tough as cockroaches. They'll probably land on their own without any trouble. And what's more, it seems the puppeteer dug through this entire mountain to trap the paladins here. He really prepared a grand tomb for Damien. At last, they reached the bottom of the pit. Our hero fell in the same place as Dionysius. That's why Damien calls them cockroaches, because they're treated with divine power. Dionysius doesn't seem particularly pleased that, out of all the possible options, he's ended up with our heroes. Damien didn't even think about convincing him. If he didn't want to, he could go his own way. Then Dionysius sprang to his feet and ran towards our hero. But he didn't have any ill intentions. He simply killed the monster that was hiding nearby. Damien left him alone because he was curious to see what he'd do, but he didn't expect to be protected. Dionysius still hates our hero, but if he dies, Agnes will be upset. Upon hearing this, Damien assumed he fancied Lady Agnes. In some ways, Dionysius even reminds me of Abel. That's why, despite everything, our hero feels compassion for him. At first, they thought they were being attacked by a man, but upon closer inspection, we realized it was the work of a puppeteer manipulating corpses. This fellow had a habit of creating flesh golems. The more human-like they were, the more effort he put into them. He considered these humanoid golems his greatest masterpiece. However, according to Dionysius, this is the most repugnant addiction from which this world must be purified. He lunged at the enemy to do so by force, but suddenly his divine power simply dissipated. This monster turned out to be stronger than the paladin. With a single blow, he sent Dionysius flying through the air. The paladin was never able to understand what had happened to his divine power, and Damien was a little surprised. Our hero drew his sword and advanced. He'd already seen something similar in his previous life. It turns out that the puppeteer of the corpses already knew about it. A magical artifact located in the body of a humanoid golem. Damien knows perfectly well who made it, which only fuels his hatred. He cut the monster into small pieces and tore this artifact from its own flesh. What he saw left Dionysius in shock. Our hero defeated the monster so easily, something he himself could not do. Moreover, Damien's aura is terrifying and inspires fear. Our hero threw the artifact to the paladin.